Hello, everybody, and welcome back after a month-long break. You thought, I know some of you thought we wouldn't come back, but here we are. Here we fucking are. Episode number 27? Oh, 28, okay. Dang it. I wasn't sure. 28 it is! Yeah, we are happy to be back, as you can see on my facial expression. And yeah, I actually don't have anything special to say, so let's just jump right back into the introductions, starting off with none other than
me. I am Greg, and I am playing Eirik Spanner, a human artificer. I don't really have any fun facts to say or how he's feeling because it's been a while. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
fair enough.
Cool. I'm Matt. I play Dr. Fiera. She is a chronomancer wizard. Lots of fun messing with time. Yeah, she's fun to play with. Let's see. Fun fact. Her glasses and her telescope were made by a gnomish man that travels and makes glassware for people.
Interesting.
Hi, I'm Skit, and I play Isorel Liefina, the High Elf Druid / Cleric. And I'm kind of in my own turf right now, and I'm just really, really excited to jump back in. I can hardly stay in place right now, so I'm ready to play.
All right, so I guess that comes to me. I'm Felicia. I'm playing Arya Enshite. Let's see. Fun fact: she discovered her psionic abilities after she freaked out and gave a huge crowd a migraine. So that was how her started to figure out what her path would be.
A lot revealed today in introductions already. Very interesting. Okay, and without much more delay, I think we should just jump right back into the intro, as otherwise Skit will explode, quite literally. And I do not want one of my players to die. Strap in, people.
I would like to insight check that, Jack.
Whereas I do actually want someone to explode.
Yes.
I have looked over this landscape 1,000 times. The green grass on the rolling hills, and the strong textured rocky cliffside that drops to meet the horizon. It is beautiful, especially at dawn. The red sky reminds me of that tragic day. An act so unforgivable that the gates of hell opened up. It is as you have said, Your Excellency. May he be used as intended. He must collect blood. In blood he will surely collect, whether he wants it or not. For that is his punishment after all. Truly, his sight even saddens me. But he must not worry for long, as his eternal sin shall soon be forgiven. And may he too, as we all deserve, come to peace.
You are most grateful,
Your Excellency. We shall establish a new order. The lights we have been following has been dimming, and the people are losing faith by the day. We must show them a new light, a new faith that will not only redeem their belief, but give them the hope they need to fight. In wake of the misfortune of our own country, we shall use this new revelation to rebuild our dominance. The fools are ignorant, forgetting what we have done for them. Oh, their sins must be punished. They may only find salvation in the blood that was spilled from their bodies. For that is the only use we will have from them. We will remind them of our blessed divinity so that they can remember that we are the punishers. We are the judicators, and we are the crucifiers. The world will have their eyes opened, and the people shall see and witness the power that will save them. Prepare the Sin-Bearer Legion and be on your way. The night has been long enough. It is time for the people to wake up and open their eyes to witness a new dawn. And may the light shine ever bright again. Hear me, people. We have been abandoned by the angels, for they saw our sin that we inherited within our blood. We must atone so that we may redeem ourselves and be granted their divine blessings once again. Purge this land of the sinners. Purge this land of the unfaithful. And purge this land of the blight that has taken our sons, our daughters, our mothers and our fathers. For this curse remains as punishment for our ignorance of faith. May this blood crusade vanquish the sin that taints us, and may we finally be free. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, let there be light.
There we have it. Starting off with a necessary recap, since it's been a while and we will have to remind ourselves what has happened. You guys went to the Zephyr's archives. I'm a rap master. Holy shit, that rhymed. In search for some answers, as you have been inflicted with what you at first presumed to be some sort of curse by the most famous criminal in the history of the Saphire Plane, Calyx the Everdamned. Since you went to the arena and got his mark, you have been witnessing and experiencing odd things happening to you and around you. Most notably, one of you has apparently been forgotten by a couple of people, and some of you have been threatened, or at least some of your family members have been threatened. And the more obvious thing that has happened is that you kept on seeing him, or he being in your presence. And so to get to the bottom of this, you went to the Zephyrus archives where you did some research. Stuff happened, and you decided to help what's her name again? Holy shit. Vashina, as she would be able to allow or grant you entrance into the Zephyrus archives itself, since only special people with special permissions are allowed to go inside, since the books are very, very old. You agreed to do that, not only because you would gain access into the archives, but because her own research intrigued some of you as well, which is she was trying to go to some draconic ruins that were found in the middle of the Great Servalon Great Woods. And it is also to be believed that they are connected to the old Fey courts that existed here long before. And as such, you ventured out. You fought a couple of snake people. The snake people got slapped quite badly. By which I mean you absolutely obliterated them. And what you found there was probably quite intriguing, especially for one certain member of your party, as there seemed to be a direct link between the Dryadalus Fey Court and some sort of draconic entity. As you were investigating the ruins, you found that not only a life chrysalis or nature chrysalis, which the UNT people were using for some sort of ritual, but also a mural that was on the far end wall of this ruin that was depicting some sort of story or origins of how the Fae presumably came here, where it depicted, very simple iconographies of what seemed to be elven people who ventured into a new land, and they were greeted by some sort of woodland draconic being, which you also noticed a statue existing on the top wall of this ruin, where, if you remember, the ceiling itself was very, very tall, and there was a circle in the middle underneath which was a pool. And Irik, seeing in the reflection of the water, looked up and saw a large draconic figure that was kind of around the open ceiling on the top, where the head was on the southern side of the circle, and then the wings kind of went around the open space. And with Isorel's linguistic knowledge, was also able to read a small text that was on the kind of underside of the dragon's head, which said, Aravitas, Archdragon Mirvorax, the Evergreen Soul Giver. And that was about all that has happened. And then, of course, Fiera did her Tower of Weird, which you used to rest inside of. A weird tower indeed, though a different kind of weird. And that is, where we left off. You guys investigated it and found a couple of things. Vashina found some sort of stuff. Irik found out that the structure of the building itself isn't actually made out of stone, but this used to be one gigantic tree, and it's just so old that it started to petrify, and which is why the texture of it was so weird. And you also found like a pouch of seeds and some other stuff, which a pouch full of emeralds as well, a weird stone that makes you so you don't have to eat anymore. And a spell scroll that allows you to summon a draconic spirit, if you remember.
And my awesome cloak.
Your cloak and a amulet of health as well. And that is where we left off. So we're gonna jump back right in. I think you all were in your separate parts of the Tower of Weird and were preparing to do a long rest, if I remember correctly.
I mean, yeah, I trust you that that's what we were doing.
Um,
I think that's definitely what we're doing.
Okay.
yeah, I got nothing left in me after the day, so I'm just in my
Yeah.
own bed.
Very
It's
nice.
very comfortable. Clean white
Yeah.
sheets
It's your tower.
in my tower.
Okay.
And have a fireplace going because that's
Mhm.
part of my room.
Very nice.
Yeah. And Arya had left a handy dandy little note before we left off saying that she was taking first watch.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I did.
You did.
I am taking first
and I
watch
only
for.
remember it because I'm reading it right now.
That's why I wrote it there because I knew that we would forget.
Yep.
Yeah, I did leave watch to you too since I made the
Yeah.
tower.
Yes. We had said that we were gonna split off the night into two and do only 2 watches because we can, because elves.
Because else indeed. Okay, then. Yeah, one of you can first of all roll me 1d100. Yeah, who wants to
Alright, I'm rolling.
take the fate of the group into their own hands? Interesting. Okay, interesting.
Shut up.
And then
I hate when you do that.
I
It's so nerve-wracking.
I need you to roll.
I did not miss that.
I need you to roll another d100.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Okay. 77. Okay.
Double lucky number, hopefully.
Yes. Okay, so you're starting off your first watch. I presume you are staying or where you can say where you're staying. How big is the tower again, if you can remind me?
What I cast it as a 4th level, so it is 30 feet tall and it's square, so it's 10 by 10. But each floor is like 10 by 10 by 10.
Okay, 10 by 10 by 10. And you casted it where?
There was an opening
Yep.
that kind of led up to the night sky. I put it under there specifically so the telescope could look up if they wanted to use it.
Okay. Well, you probably have to do it a bit more north because directly under it is the pool of water that was there.
Yeah, as close as I could.
Okay.
Wherever it would fit, where I could still angle the telescope out.
Very well, that can be done. And that will be done. Then where would you take first watch inside of this ruin area?
By the door that we used to get into it.
Okay.
So I probably wouldn't be on the outside of the thing because a lot of stuff's happened to us and I feel safer inside. So I'd be like just right in front of the door, so if something tried to open the door, they would have to face me first.
Okay, so the door of the ruin.
No, of like our tower.
Okay. Yeah, okay, gotcha. And it seems like Matt's internet is.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's back.
Ah,
Okay,
There it
yeah,
is.
okay, maybe not.
I don't know what that was.
He's fooling me, I see, as usual. Matt doing his Matt things. Okay, so you can do a perception check then as you are keeping watch. And while you're also keeping watch, you can roll a d4 as well.
D4.
That is a 2. Okay. Then you go out, sit, and probably just take, your time looking at the surroundings. It was evening by the time you started to rest, obviously, which probably the indicator why you wanted to rest. And it's ominously silent in here. You can occasionally hear some chirping of birds that are probably nocturnal outside, kind of flying over the rune structure itself. The wind blowing across the opening kind of also makes like a weird howling sound now and again, which catches your attention a bit, kind of distracting you. This isn't an environment that you're used to. You are more the urban expert. I think you were probably a bit more comfortable inside of the city, which obviously great balance with Israel, who is the exact opposite. And now and again, you probably just try to rely more on your instincts more than your eyesight, just because that is what literally helped you in most cases. And after a while, you know, you're hearing this weird kind of howling noises, and then after a short time, kind of you hear this kind of blowing of winds, and I actually have to put off my noise suppression, otherwise you will not hear any sound effects I am making with my mouth. It blows, and it almost sounds like as if something coalesced, as if wind was pushed into a space. And you kind of look up for a second, and you see kind of a dark shape just kind of merge with the rest of the darkness that is obscured by the ceiling.
I'm gonna like step out of our tower. Just to like that's odd. Let's see what if I can see anything once I'm outside.
Okay. Yeah, can make another perception check.
A
Natural 20. You
Or
go.
could there be more?
You go outside, and your instincts are definitely telling you, oh, this is definitely not something natural, and your senses become way more focused. Now you're actively trying to rely on your eyesight, and as you're stepping outside and are looking at the kind of surrounding structure and looking on the kind of empty floor space, you see a bit of movement on one side of the wall, and you kind of dart your eyes there, but don't see anything. Kind of go a bit closer, kind of leaving the tower a bit behind. And then in the far distance, one of the corpses of the lizard people, could swear you see it shift for a moment, but because you've got very keen eyes and some of the moonlight is spilling through, you can't see. It's not a body that is shifting. It is almost as if the shadow of the body itself is kind of gaining its own presence, and it separates from the body itself. And you can see this black silhouette kind of silently merging one with the darkness, and the shadow kind of just stands up into this almost like mocking figure of a human person. Extremely long limbs, very thin, and then just this kind of, you wouldn't call it a facial expression. It doesn't have eyes. It only has like these empty eye sockets, and this mouth which is also completely black, and then it just kind of stares at you before it merges with the shadow again and disappears.
That's a little freaky. I'm going to quickly kind of head back to our tower. I'm gonna close the door, and then I'm just gonna put my back against it and go. Just kind of like deep breathing. And kind of mumble, the heck was that? And then I'm just gonna start walking around this room to make sure that there's like no way that they can get in. Like if there's like a crack or anything in the thing. Because it's a shadow and it moves. I'm just gonna start making sure there's no way that this thing can get inside our tower. And maybe barricade the door.
Okay, you start barricading the door, preparing yourself, looking for any slits. It seems like the tower has been built pretty solidly. It was a magical creation. Doesn't seem like there are any spots for winds, but as you're kind of starting to pile stuff in front of the door, which I don't think there's actually much to pile other than your own equipment and stuff like that. You have a bit of furniture brought over from Fiera, so you can probably put like a chair and stuff like that. And as you kind of place the chair there, you just start hearing a distinctive scratching noise on the other side of the door.
Oh gosh. Azrael! Hyric! Fiera! It might be time to wake up! So I'm just kind of like projecting my voice.
Okay. Obviously, you other guys can hear it. You probably wake up, depending how deep you wish your sleep to be.
I mean, how long has this been?
It started, probably you were like 1 hour in your sleep when this happened.
Yeah, okay. I'd still be awake, kind of.
Yeah.
Like conscious.
Considering that Isorel only meditates and doesn't sleep, like it's instantaneous. She hears her name and she's like, "What's going on?"
Yep. Can hear Arya crying out.
Yep. Unhappily, make my way downstairs.
Okay, you make your way downstairs and you see Arya there.
As people are making their way in, I'm just going like this and then putting my hand by my ear to give you guys like the idea to listen.
Okay, do you guys listen?
Yep.
Okay, so I presume everyone is now down in front of the door. You can also see Vashina, who's also inside of the tower, also kind of... I think she was also in this floor. She was on the bottom floor, right?
She was on the bottom floor, yeah.
So she would have immediately also just kind of perked up her eyes and says, something the matter? What's going on? Kind of starts to stand up.
Please tell me you guys hear this. And I just kind of like whisper.
Everyone can make a perception check.
That's so long. Perception. There it is.
Hang on, my page is reloading.
Oh no.
I also have to open Vashina's character sheet.
Alright.
Oh my god, come on. Why isn't it not loading?
Technical difficulties as we usually always have.
It's about right.
You're still waking up.
Yeah. I don't wake up very easily.
Okay, 10. Vashina goes probably a bit closer. Isra, you also get closer. And indeed, you both start hearing the scratching noises also. Very distinctive, almost like, you know, claw marks of a bear or some other type of creature that is kind of just silently clawing on the other end. But after you kind of listen to it for maybe like 5 seconds or so, it stops.
And then I would, once I'm like aware that you guys heard it, like, do you hear that? There was this weird like shadow thing by the bodies, and it like kind of like merged into like humanoid-ish form, and then it like stared at me, and then it just like kind of fizzled out, and then I came back in here, and then I started hearing noises.
I don't like any of that.
Does any of this sound familiar to me?
As you're, looking at the situation and kind of assessing, as Arya is distinctively talking about this, you see as kind of out of her abdomen, kind of like 3 kind of little shadowy spikes appear. As you also start feeling an erupt sensation of pain rushing through your body, as you all realize that outside of Arya's shadows, this kind of weird humanoid figure has formed, and its hand is currently through Arya's abdomen, and you take, because it rolled a natural 20 on its attack. Where is it? It is 1d10 plus 3. And then plus another d10. 15 slashing damage, and you have to make a constitution saving throw as you just see it silently appear inside of a shadow and blood starting to leak out. You make the saving throw, but feel the pain as it then kind of rips the claws out of your body, and as you kind of realize it apparate behind you, taking more of a physical form, but still a bit incorporeal and smoky. Isorel and Fiora, you can see that behind you a second one starts to apparate and try to attack you. And I will take you to the battle map, as there seem to be 2 shadowy creatures inside of your tower. Now obviously I don't have layers, so everything is taking place in this little box here, but you can go out if you wish to do so. So you all have to roll initiative, which is...
There's 2 of me.
The 2 of you? Really?
There's one outside the tower and one inside the tower.
Where? I can't see you outside the tower. Wait, where are you outside the tower? Am I blind?
Hang on.
Wow, just ignore the one that's outside the tower, just... I guess use the one that's inside the tower. Oh, I see it. Okay, there.
Wait, so hang on, I'm confused about what I'm looking at.
You are on the first floor of the tower, and
Oh,
yeah. So you can
Yeah,
so
so you have
outside
a
of this is the ruin, which is the door is currently blocked by a chair. Yeah. Dr. Fiera's at 18. Arya either didn't click a token or I accidentally.
I clicked the one on the outside of the door.
Yeah, okay, I probably deleted it, that's why it's there. So we got also an 11.
How long has it been since we fought the snakes outside the room? I'm just wondering for like mage armor and alacrity. Like, has it been 8 hours since then?
No, I don't think. No, it hasn't been 8 hours.
Okay, so actually now I have alacrity. And Ira got the Geo alacrity too.
oh, that's
my
interesting.
god. Wow,
Oh god.
the first 2 rolls I do are natural 20s. I'm compensating for last time. Where is... Oh, Vashina's character. She is...
This is
Where's-
bad, guys. This is very bad.
You're telling me.
Yeah. Okay, I used everything.
I just had a shadow claw go through my abdomen.
Yeah. That's
I
pretty bad.
was almost at full health.
I have some stuff that I had saved up in case of emergency, and I believe now is a case of emergency.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, so, first of all, because of... not first of all, first in the turn order is Fiera, since your gift of alacrity. What about-
Yeah, so yeah, that mark activates and things slow down as I speed up, and I try to wake up a little bit. I guess two things. That attacked Arya. I feel like I know what it is, but that doesn't help. I guess I'll just do the one spell I got, and try to use Sapping Sting to sap its strength, Constitution save. At the one next to Arya.
Okay. Constitution save. Next to Arya, you said. Here it comes. A natural 20. Oh my god!
Okay, reset your computer. I'll start over.
This is insane.
God.
3 in a
Is
row.
this gonna be the
This
next?
is not
Hey,
okay.
guys?
This is not okay. I call bullshit.
You know, I was...
Although I know it's luck based, I call bullshit.
I was joking, like, imagine a TPK right after we come from a 1 month break, but it seems like...
Oh,
you know,
God. That was
Please don't. Please don't.
I've got like 100 million character ideas, but I don't want to put any into use right now.
Alright, okay, so this is the, I think it was the lounge. It's the lounge. What do we have in the lounge? 2 couches, 2 chairs, end tables, paintings on the wall. That's not enough, okay. I will huddle in this corner and just yell out, shadows, they form from magic, maybe? I don't know. I'm still waking up. And that'll be it.
Okay. Coming to their turn then, I also realized I made the room too big. So actually you guys will be here.
Yeah, we are kind of packed. If we're all on the bottom floor, it's gonna be tight.
Yeah. So it's their turn now. The one, which is also standing directly next to Eirik, will kind of look over towards you. You see its empty gaze looking inside of you, and as it's kind of looking at you, it will start kind of opening its mouth, and while it's doing so, you can hear inside of your head just this loud, high-pitched screaming sound. And you have to make a wisdom saving throw as it is trying to look inside of you. 15. Good enough.
Oh,
As...
we have a negative.
Oh my god. So the sheer panic and adrenaline that's currently pumping through your blood veins is preventing you to even focus on them, and you kind of aren't quite aware of what it's trying to do, and so the effects of whatever it was trying to do doesn't affect you. However, it will still kind of slash as it's kind of looking at you with its other hand towards Arya again. And with natural 1 this time, it fails, and you can roll me a d20. See in which capacity they actually fail.
Who's rolling a d20?
Whoever wishes to. Whoever is the
I'll
fastest.
put it in my hands because it's attacking me.
Do it.
A 7. Okay. You can have a free grapple check on it if you wish to do so.
Hey, grapple a shadow.
You can always try. Whether or not you want to do it is completely up to you.
I don't know if I want to touch this thing.
Yeah.
Then I guess not.
No, because it already shoved its shadowy hands through my body. I don't
Okay.
want to like put my entire body around it. That's just crazy talk.
Yep, that makes sense. The other one in the room will directly look at Vashina. Once again, with its gaze, she will have to make a wisdom saving throw. she actually is quite good in. And then of course she fails. Holy shit. As the gaze kind of falls upon her, and you can just see this expression of pure fear come over Vashina as she then starts kind of going closer and closer to the wall and starts shaking, and is surprisingly quiet, while she usually is quite talkative. And that one will make an attack against you, Isorel, since you are the closest. That is a 23, which does hit. So you take 5 slashing damage, and you have to make a Constitution saving throw.
There it is. Yikers.
That is a fail, and you have demonic blight. At least one stage, and that's the end of its turn. Bring us to Vashina, who is frightened. However, she was still kind of put out her hand even while being frightened, seeing that you have just been hit. Isorel kind of still manages to encounter spell as her hands turned into a frosty blue as ice shards appear around the demon, who will have to make a Constitution saving throw to see whether or not it gets hit. And a 4, it fails, so it does take 7 damage. And what are the other effects with frostbite? It has disadvantage on its next weapon attack roll. Well, that doesn't do anything since it's using its hands. But it's better than nothing, and she will stay put this, and she can't do anything else. Bring us to Arya. What do you want to do? You just saw your friend get attacked, but you are also under attack.
I'm going to cast Mind Sliver at this one that's right here next to me.
Okay.
So it has to do an intelligence saving throw.
Okay, intelligence thing. So here it comes. This is insane. This is statistically insane.
So when does your check from Roll20 get there?
You know, the contract should only start like in a month, but it seems like they gave me down payment a month earlier. Unfortunately, it seems like a hollow creature made out of shadow is not affected by your psychic abilities, and it doesn't seem to even notice that you attempt anything. Yeah. Okay, someone rage quit.
Matt is too upset.
He's like,
and left.
He's like, nope, I will not deal with jack shit any longer. Oh my god, this is I guess we will just continue on since Matt isn't able to do anything, or Fiera. So is that it, Arya? Do you wish to move? Arya?
Yeah, I'll use my cunning action, bonus action to disengage. And just put a little bit of space between me and it.
Okay, very well. Then that will bring us to Isorel's turn.
Yes. I think I am going to poison spray the this one here in the
corner.
corner.
Let me just get some colors so you can also color identify them.
So it needs to do a Constitution save.
Constitution saves, here it comes. Does that make it? 17?
It does make it. And it doesn't take any damage at all. It doesn't even take half.
Yeah, because it's a cantrip. Okay, yeah, you spread out your hands, the poison liquid exits your hands, and then you can see the shadow just kind of dissolve and then appear on the upper end of the wall, kind of peering down at you.
Alright.
Oh, and you also have to make a wisdom saving throw. I always forget that, since you failed your save on the shadow claw. Okay, 14 is more than enough.
And as a bonus action,
Yes.
I'm gonna wild shape into a bear.
Okay. Oh man, this is...
Yup, there's a
See,
big
you
bad
angered
bear.
Matt's internet.
Yeah, oh my god. Okay, you're a big bear. This is literally
Yep.
the space you take.
Yup, I am on top of it. I'm sitting on it.
It appears. And it's, since it's kind of an incorporeal form, it can kind of just squishes into the edge of the room as your kind of large bear figure just kind of stands there. I will just
Yeah,
put you...
I'm just trying to be the biggest inconvenience ever. Oh.
Wait,
My vision token is myself, and you moved me out of the room.
Yep, I will put you... Oh, but you can't see through the bear, right?
I cannot right now.
Really? Oh, because you don't have dark vision. Ah, okay, wait.
Indeed.
What about now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, the token outside is just, you know, since I don't want to delete and put you inside. Once you turn back, then I will just put you inside.
No worries. I just couldn't see what was going on.
Yes. Okay, and I think that's the end of your turn. Am I correct?
Yep.
Bring us to... I go... Or should we just take a pause and wait for Matt to clear things up?
Oh.
Oh.
Maybe.
Ah! I can hear you.
Ow.
Just when I wanted to do a break. He's back. He's back, baby! Let's go!
there's a bear now.
There's a bear.
Are you there?
I am indeed.
In your tower.
Okay. Ending Icewar's turn. Eirik, you are up next with this thing next to you.
Okay. So how tall is each level of this tower? Like, is it just like standard house, like 10 feet?
Yeah, I think 10
8
feet. Yeah, I think it's 10 feet if I remember correctly.
That's
So-
the max it was. It's 10 feet.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to use my action to disengage
Okay.
from the shadow. I don't know. Somehow. And then I'm going to run and do what I did earlier and just jump on top of the bear. Just bear hug the bear.
Okay. You actually don't have to even use your action to disengage since you're not leaving its range at all.
Oh.
Yeah, so you could just go there and hug the bear.
I thought it was already in my range. Anyway. Okay. So yeah, then I'll just go right over and jump on the bear, and since I don't have to use my action for disengage, I will use my action to try to burn the shadow, I guess. 'Cause
Okay.
that's all I know how to do.
Yes.
So firebolt, here we go.
Let's go. A 26. You have disadvantage since he's in melee with you.
Fuck. Damn it.
A 16 will hit.
Ah!
Doing a total of
Oh.
10 fire damage as you whip around, jump onto the bear, on the back of the bear, and as you do so, kind of spin around and blast it with fire. And you can see that as soon as the light of the firebolt hits the form of it, it kind of dissipates for a quick moment, and it tries to reform itself, but it definitely took a big hit there. Ending
Okay, fire, 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 fire!
your turn, bring us now back to the top of the turn order. Oh my god. Matt! Why is your internet?
I can't even hear anybody.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Like, we can't...
It's your turn.
We can hear you perfectly fine. Dang!
Oh no.
Goodbye.
Now we actually have to wait.
As I was in the middle of saying, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, it's gotta
If
happen.
we all die here, I apologize.
No, I apologize.
Yeah, you damn well better.
I'm the one that rolled the mystery D100 in the D4.
Okay, I guess I'll try.
Oh no.
The
I don't
echoey.
know. It's literally just this server. Like, I went to other Discords, it was fine. My internet's fine. I don't know.
Should we just make another voice channel? Maybe that will help.
I don't know. It might be you hosting it, or maybe the location. I'm not really sure.
What if I change my thing to... Let me see if this works. You know what? This is actually a good time to take a minor break. Am I recording? I don't know if I'm recording. I am. We are back. Yes. Okay. Let's just hope it stays stable. Okay, Fiero, your turn. Quick.
Yeah, let's go. I just want to know do I know what these are? She mentioned that they came out of the shadows, so do I think it's like shadowmancy, but it looks like they are trying to blight people, so are they demons, or what's going on here?
You can make a history check.
History I can do. Probably easier than me just trying to sapping sting.
Well, it's like a passive thing. I wouldn't say it takes your action. 20. This definitely, while it is shadowy in nature, it doesn't seem to be a shadow in terms of shadowmancy. Definitely not. This is a demon, and actually one of the most common demons that appear, which is a shadow lurker, which manifests often through negative emotions, especially in areas where people have died or have suffered great losses. And, you know, putting one-on-one together, you recently just killed a couple of people, probably made them manifest here.
Okay, do I know what they don't like?
I
think I heard Eirik mention fire, maybe?
Fire!
Yeah, they aren't like particularly susceptible to actually anything, since they are a manifestation of negative emotions, but it just looks shadowy.
Okay, so if I make like a light cantrip, it's not gonna make them go like, not the light?
No, unfortunately not.
Gotcha, and I don't have divine powers. Okay, sapping sting, the blue one.
Okay, he has to make what?
Con saving throw, because I'm gonna try to sap his strength.
Okay, here it goes. That's a 7, that's a fail.
Nice. Well, I haven't done this one in a while. Can't remember what it does. So it does some damage. 6 necrotic. And I think it goes prone. Yep, it goes prone. As it can't hold itself up anymore.
Those are the exact two things it is immune against. It's not in physical form, so it can't go prone, and it's literally made out of necrotic energy, so...
Okay.
And necrosis unfortunately doesn't affect it.
Oh, we're so good at this.
Yep, that's all I got. I'll tell you what. They don't. Demons don't get blighted.
Yeah.
I said fire.
Okay. Now the blue one. I guess since it got hit by fire by Eirik, it will attempt to attack you, and technically, you are being flanked by them at the moment. So
God, bitch.
they do get advantage on the attack rolls. However, it will first try and use its abyssal gaze. You know what? At you actually. So you have to, once again, it tries to peer inside of you. Make a wisdom saving throw. Man, he's a G. He won't go down. It just keeps staring at you, but bro, you're a boy riding a bear. Nothing is gonna take you off your high horse. And it will attempt to claw
Hi, bear.
you. The 24, it will definitely hit.
Oh, that's rude.
And you take 9 slashing damage and also have to make a constitution saving throw.
So rude. 9 damage. Constitution saving. This one I'm good at though.
Yes.
Apparently.
Apparently not. So you also get blighted. And at the start of your turn, you always have to make a wisdom saving throw. Oh my god, this is going really well.
That was the greatest sound ever, Skip.
Okay, so you got 1 point of blight, and Heuser also has 1 point of blight. That's the end of its turn, which will take us back. Oh no, the other one will actually attack the bear. And doesn't have advantage, it will just kind of claw you as it's kind of now up in the ceiling a bit. With a 15, I do believe that hits the bear.
Hold on. Bear.
Does a 15 hit?
Hold on. Yes. Oh, my
Okay.
eyes are burning.
So you take 9 slashing damage, and you are already blighted, but you have to make another constitution saving throw to not get further blighted.
Guys.
Yep. What's it?
Are you good, Skip?
My eyes are burning. Oh, no, I'm not trying to. Hold on. You said 9 points of damage, right?
Yep.
Whoa. Oh. Hold on. I'm doing everything wrong. Like this. Okay. And you said Constitution.
Yes. And there you can use the character sheet of the bear, of course. 13 breaks it, so you don't get a second stage of Demon Blight. You're taking yourself there. And I've almost forgot. It will also use its Abyssal Gaze, and this time it will use it on... You know what? Actually also the bear. So... Well, no. Actually not. You already... We'll use it on Fiera, so you can make a wisdom saving throw. And it also kind of starts to stare at you. And you look back into the void. And a lot of negative emotions.
Ooh, boy.
Oof. So you are frightened.
Right, okay.
And have the
man.
frightened condition. That will now take us to Vashina. Actually, see if she can do anything that is worthwhile.
Which one did that to me? The red or the blue?
The red one.
Okay.
Okay, she will... a... Don't know if a lightning bolt inside of here is the best thing to do.
It's made out of wood. I used the wood from the place
I've
where
already shot fire in here, so.
Well, it's a strong wood, so you know.
Yeah, no, she will go on a safe route and just use a last first level spell slot for a magic missile, and that will not affect her whatsoever. Even though she's frightened, she will cast it on the blue one since it already took some damage. So this is the first one. How many plus extra does it get? +4, so 7 in total. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I apologize to the viewers. I have to turn off the fucking sound effects from D&D Beyond because the dice always go ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom.
Yep.
Okay, so that is a total of 6, 10, 15, 19. Okay, it's more than 20, so she does obliterate it as she kind of, when all the fright channels the energy inside of her and then unleashes them as 7 arcane bullets. Just scatter this demon away and it disappears completely. And the shadows seep back into the ground and get dissipated by the light, and there is nothing left of it. And he kind of looks to the rest of you, kind of regaining her composure a bit. Oh no, she actually has to make it with some no, she doesn't have to make that. Oh no, she didn't get it. And she will, step kind of down here and says, okay, not the toughest, I think, and that will take us to Aria.
Alright, we're gonna try to do Mind Sliver again, so it's Intelligence 14 save.
Okay.
I like how we just have cantrips. Cantrips
Huh?
in there.
Oh my god! It has
Jack?
0 bonuses to his intelligence. Bro, the guy last time was a +8 and couldn't hit any one of you. And this does a +0 and makes every single save. This is insane. I am sorry.
You know, I feel
don't
like
agree.
this is very against me.
Yeah. Once again, you try to reach into the mind of this mindless creature and it doesn't seem to be affected, unfortunately.
It can't be mindless if it's smart enough to save on all of these.
Yeah, apparently. Apparently.
Okay, I'm gonna squish it with my big bear bum.
Anything else you want to do, Aria?
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I have really any bonus action I can do. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, then that will take us to Israel. You have to make a wisdom savings throw since you are blighted.
Yep. Hold on. For some reason, my bear disappeared off my stat sheet.
Oh. Well, you can.
Very bad.
Good one.
Oh my god. Since when, Matt? Since when? What happened in this past month?
I don't know.
You were the chosen one.
Okay, you said Constitution.
No, wisdom.
Wisdom. Sorry. Ignore that.
And save.
Wisdom save.
Yes.
Wisdom save. Here it is.
Which, yes.
I mean, it's pretty much the same thing.
Yep. And you are completely unaffected by the demonic blight. It seems to like seep inside of your mind and try to get a hold of you, but you're in a bear form. You don't care about that. What do you wish to do?
What?
What? This guy.
Yep.
Bear
I'm
things.
stress eating.
At the beginning, excited, and now like.
Alright, I'm gonna bite it.
Let's go.
Add
A 15 hits. And as your jaws get into the kind of incorporeal form, you notice that there's little resistance, since obviously it's in an incorporeal form. You do damage, but not as much, since it isn't quite material. But that is probably what you expected. And 2 claw attacks.
Yep. So first claw attack.
Ooh,
Not bad.
very nice, and definitely hits. Once again, can't pass through it, but still takes.
And second one. Ugh, not as good.
Unfortunately not. And as the second one comes, as it's kind of half disappearing with each swipe, like it loses some of its material form, it kind of, in the last strike, just kind of disappear and then coalesce on a different side of the wall. But you can see kind of some of the shadowy ooze-like material, demonic blight that it's made of, is kind of dripping out, and it has a hard time keeping its form intact. It definitely looks injured.
Gonna growl at it.
It looks with its expression back at you. Bring us to Eirik as you're on this bear swiping around as you're trying to keep hold of it.
Where's the door to our tower?
The door to your tower is right, I think, there where Arya is.
Okay. So I'm gonna get down off the bear and I'm gonna run or step toward the tower. And as I'm passing by Arya, I'm just gonna say, "Where did these come from?"
Bodies!
Okay, as you're stepping away, it does get an attack of opportunity, since now you're leaving us.
I don't care.
Okay, I'm just letting you know. A 13 doesn't hit.
No. And I'm gonna step out the door.
Okay. I will then get rid of the door. Or let's just say I will open the door. Now you should be able to.
And then, I guess that would have been what, 2, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, I'll stay there. And I'm going to hold my action for a firebolt until I see a shadow moving.
Okay. Very well then. This will then take us to Fiera's turn.
No, I'm having the same issue.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I mean, I can't really fight these things anyways. Okay, well, I'm just gonna assume you can hear me, but I can't really hear you. I can't really help. Only damage is necrotic. Outside. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll head outside and just cast lights on myself by Eirik so he can see.
Okay.
I've got dark vision goggles.
Oh, am I the only one that can't see in the dark?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that.
Okay, I will cast light on myself. And just follow Eirik.
Okay. That will then take us to their turn again. The one that is still alive will swipe at you, Isabel, since you're the one there. And actually it will also use its gaze on you again, so you will have to make a wisdom saving throw. Yeah, easy enough. Your mind is the strongest part.
Not today. Not today.
And so it tries to swipe at you instead. It was a 21, does hit, dealing another 10 slashing damage, and you will have to make a constitution saving throw.
You said Constitution, right?
Yes.
Yikers.
That is a fail. You take another point of demonic blight, which means you now take also 1 point of exhaustion. As the blight is starting to seep inside of your body. And not only that, you can feel your entire strength and your willpower to live to slowly fade. As whatever kind of effect this specific demonic creature has is impacting your vitality tremendously. Which will end its turn and take us to Vashina, who will use her last 4th level spell slot to cast Magic Missile once again. That is 1, and then 1, 2, 3, which is a total of. Wait, no, there are only 3. 1, 2, 3. There has to be one more.
If you cast at 4th level, it should be 6 total.
Oh yeah, 6. I'm so stupid. It says I always forget it's 3 and then plus
4.
3. So 2 more.
Yeah.
I think that's 20.
Okay, yeah, that's enough
it
to
is
also dissipate it. Seeing that you're being attacked by this creature, she once again unleashes the arcane blast, even though in her frightened form. Each of them strikes your target, as Magic Missile does. And the shadowy form disappears from your body, Isoel. However, even though the immediate threats surround you seem to disappear, Eirik, as you have a prepared action, you can see from the dead body right in front of you, you can see that it also starts to look a bit weird. You see some like kind of shadowy effects going on, and it seems like one of these creatures also operating from it. Do you wish to unleash?
Immediate firebolt.
You hit the target straight, and before it can even manifest into its form, you strike it. Since it's not moving at all, I think you will easily hit it, and the body starts to burn. And that is obviously where you remember, oh, that's why the people on the high plains burned all the dead bodies. Because if you leave them there, they can turn into demons.
We forgot to burn the bodies, guys. We forgot rule number 1 of demons.
I'm already moving.
Okay. And as you're saying that, Isoel, you have to make another wisdom saving throw, as you can feel the demonic blight still.
Oh gosh,
seeping
I don't have anything to help you.
inside of you. 20.
Wisdom is my biggest stat. I have a +7.
You still are able to keep your mental capacity to it, but you are feeling that the longer this drags on, the weaker you are actually getting. And if you don't get rid of this demonic blight quickly, it will probably have detrimental effects.
Yep.
So while there's no official turn order now, since most of the threats are gone, you can now tell me what you want to do immediately at this point.
Firebolt all the bodies.
Okay, you go and
I
do
would
that.
rush outside. I was gonna say I'd rush outside and light a torch and just start.
Yeah, I can actually help. Once the fire starts going, I can use prestidigitation just to help make it bigger, grow more.
Okay. And Isoel?
I am trying to see what I can do.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have anything left to help you with rolls.
Because the issue that I have right now is that I have lesser restoration prepared. I just don't have second level spells left. So I do need a long rest to help myself. All I can do is heal myself for now. I don't think it's possible, but I could spare the dying on myself.
I would say you will make one wisdom saving throw now. That's kind of you, and that is for the next length of the duration to see whether or not you can withstand.
How long does it take for her to have to do that save? If I see her still struggling, I do have a Fortune's Favor. Is it like immediate, or is it after like a...
It is sort of immediate, but I will allow any sort of help that you are able to. It's now turning into a skill challenge, basically, on how you are trying to, and you have to explain to me how this is going to help Isarel.
Okay, well, as well as in bear form, and I can probably see the blight taking over this big bear. So I will run over to you. I can't talk to you in bear form, right? I guess I'll try and message. Do you need help?
I can understand you. I just can't answer you.
Are you communicating with me that you're trying to communicate with her?
I guess I'm sending the message cantrip to her head, so you probably see me casting it. I could try to help you bend fate a little bit. You know what? I'll just do it. And I don't know how many pearls do I have left. Oh no, okay. We're down to 1 pearl after this one. Yikes. So yeah, as I see you're struggling, I'll start casting 2nd level Fortune's Favor on you. And you're a big bear, so it's actually probably easier to put a mark on you. As I take the pearl, and it kind of just dissipates into like almost like a stardust, almost like different colors of the rainbow, like reflecting off these like minerals, and they all kind of forms onto a mark on your fur, I guess. And all I'm telling you is you used this before. Try to make your own fate. If you see a dark path, don't go down it, and try to focus on another one. So you pretty much can re-roll after your initial roll if you don't like it.
Okay. Then, Isarel, is there anything before you make this next saving throw that you would like to try and attempt to do that might potentially help you? And this is, by the way, a skill challenge, so use your skills creatively. It doesn't have to be a spell or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I would probably, as I am feeling the blight taking over myself in bear form, I would probably start praying out to Servalon and ask for his blessing to get me through this one challenge, and invoke the spirit of hold on. I'll start. What's his name? Oh my god. Yeah, I would start praying to the Herald of the Woods and the Evergreen Soul Giver, like giving it my all, like just praying to everyone that I know, and mainly like the one that is supposed to guard over here, and just like ask them for guidance and some blessing as I'm just fighting through that thing.
Okay, that will then be straight wisdom roll.
Just wisdom?
Just wisdom, since that is your attunement towards magic and nature.
Oh, no. It's here. Yikers. I'm gonna use that fate thing, fortune thing.
Fortune's
Okay.
Favor.
Yeah.
Try to change your fate. One more roll.
Guys,
This session really
The
ain't going.
exact same roll. The exact same thing.
Thinking.
That is one fail on the skill challenge. Which doesn't mean a complete failure, but you're one step closer to failing completely. And as you are trying to actually reach out, you can just feel these pulses of demonic blight and these wrapped up negative emotions of the one who manifested this demon are just kind of driving inside of your mind and preventing you to connect to the spirits that surround you. You know they're there, you know that they're there, but there's a door preventing you from going towards them, and you can't focus.
So I have an idea. I want to use one of my psionic energy die to be able to telepathically speak to Izarel.
Yes.
So let me roll that die. So for 7 hours.
Holy shit.
And I'm just like stroking your fur. And I'm like, give me the pain. Give me, like, don't give in. You can fight this. And I'm just like stroking you and like trying to take away that frustration and anger that I know these negative spirits would be giving you.
Interesting. Okay, I will allow you to make that would be a straight intelligence roll. That's what I'm thinking, is that you're using kind of your psionic abilities to take her pain into yourself. And with a 22, definitely you are using your psychic connections, telepathic connections, to link both of your minds. And so these negative, intrusive thoughts that are kind of bugging and kind of straight up violating you as well in your own mind are now kind of pushed and pulled away from you, and you can feel your mind getting a bit clearer. The physical effects of the blight are still within you, but your mind is starting to gain its consciousness again, while they are temporarily seeping over to Arya. You can, if you wish to, try to reconnect with the spirits now with a clearer mind, if you want to do so.
With a clearer mind, I'm gonna try to gain my senses back and go back to what I know and just stop throwing myself at all these new things and just focus myself on my god Servalon and really pray to him and just put all of my energy, my brain energy into him.
And I will
try one more time.
Yeah, I will also give you advantage, not only since Arya succeeded so well in her role, was a 22, definitely is making an effect, and you are also within the confines of a shrine of the one you're praying to, which makes your connection deeper, so you do get advantage on a wisdom check.
Wisdom check, okay.
Once again.
What is with these rolls?
But
Come on.
Oh,
We have a Hail Mary idea. We're desperate, right?
Yeah, sure.
We're inside my tower. I'm gonna go back up to my room and grab the life chrysalis
Oh. Okay.
I put on my desk.
oh gosh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh my god, wait. Fuck.
Like,
I forgot. Sorry. It's all good. Go.
I don't go downstairs quite yet. I'm actually gonna go upstairs in the observatory and pop open a window. Is there moonlight in the sky?
As you're kind of looking up from the top floor, and yes, there does seem to be some moonlight currently falling into it.
Okay. When we first came to the cave, I saw what they were doing with the ritual. They put the chrysalis under the light, took some of its energies, and gave it to the guy. I guess I'm gonna try to do the same thing. I'm gonna try to. I don't know. It's an object I haven't used before. So I'm just gonna try to will the energy in the life chrysalis to absorb the moonlight so I can extract it and give it to Azrael downstairs.
Okay, that will be a once again it's an intelligence check since you're only trying to use innate ability to try and use this chrysalis. Let's see how this goes.
Oh man.
I can't think of anything else. Here we go.
18.
Okay.
Pretty damn good. You aren't sure what the hell those UNT were trying to do, those snake people.
Nope.
And you literally had no interaction with chrysalises whatsoever. Yet
Nope.
here you are. You go up and you hold this chrysalis to the moonlight, hoping to feel any sort of effect. And as you're kind of looking up and inside, you feel the innate magical energy that resides within this chrysalis, and it is deep, profound, and extremely strong. So strong that it has crystallized into a physical thing, and you're holding it. You quickly realize that holding it against the moonlight isn't doing anything, especially that you're doing it. But you feel something else. There is a connection here. There's a reason why this was here. It came from here. You kind of understand as you are kind of attuning to the magic that is just residing within this very space. And you kind of, as you're looking up to the moonlight, your eye glances towards the large draconic statue that is kind of lying there. And you can see that one of its eyes kind of, for a brief moment, you swear, glows up. And a drop of water drops onto the chrysalis that you're holding and then glows for a very brief moment.
The chrysalis glows from the water.
Yes, and then it dissipates ever so slightly.
Okay. The chrysalis go in the water. We're next to the pond. I mean, okay. I'll run downstairs with the chrysalis. Get her into the pond now.
She's in bear form. Can you? I just like scream in her head. Can you make it to the pond?
I'll try.
You can't.
And I just like kind of start pushing her. Just try to push her out the door.
Yeah, kind of. And you kind of squeeze through the door, and with every breath, you can feel your mental strength kind of weakening. You do have to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, so I do have to make a saving throw. Do I? Hold on, what was it?
Oh God.
Yep. Okay, wisdom saving throw.
16. Okay, you are still able to keep your composure, and you do manage to eventually make it towards the pool. As you kind of look down at it, the kind of murky water, but you can still see the reflection of your bare face.
Okay. This is for all the marbles. Eirik, you've used the chrysalis, right? Like, just come in here. I'm new at this. You need to help. We'll do this together. And then I'll be like, well, come for a swim. As I point to the pond, just make sure you're a little bit in here.
Do you step inside?
Before I step into the water, I'll drop my bear form to go back to myself. and I'll cast guidance on myself.
Very nice. You can definitely do that.
All right. So I'll step into the water as Isorel.
Okay, as soon as you step inside, what does Fiamma do?
Okay, I'm just gonna like grab Irik's arm and like put it on, or like grab his hand and put it on the chrysalis where mine is. So he's like on top, I'm on bottom, and I drag him into the pond with me.
I'm
Okay.
gonna be in the water, like holding Izarel.
Yep, but
So
she...
we're gonna.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure she is fine. We're gonna put this in the water. When we do, we're gonna try to extract some of it. It's like an ocean of power, so just a little bit. And we're gonna give it to Izrael.
Okay, wait, hang on. I'm gonna get into my bag of holding, and I'm gonna go and fish out some of the wires and cables that I had taken from the test room, like the where we first started,
Yeah.
and I'll like wrap one or like whatever connection points there are, or try to stick it like on or into the chrysalis, and I'll try to wrap it around part of Izarel, just making some kind of linkage.
Yes, you can definitely do that. I would say you can make also probably an intelligence check. Oh wait, yeah, you're pretty proficient in that. So yeah.
We're all so smart.
You're also smart.
Well, sometimes.
Oh my god!
Oh no, that's wrong. A straight
That was a
intelligence. And
Oh
straight
fuck,
intelligence.
okay.
That's really bad for a save, though.
Yeah, that is
Yes.
really bad for a save.
Try again,
Okay.
try again.
Come on!
Come on, I'm walking you. That is
Oh!
a 21.
There
That
it
what we
is.
like to see. Yeah. You are improvised master. You have been studying this shit a lot. And it is difficult. This is such a small chrysalis, and you're trying to apply cables on that are meant for refined chrysalises. But you kind of quickly dissect them, take out some of the cable parts, and then kind of wire it around it. And quickly attach some of these spots to like vital areas of Isorel, just kind of guessing. Holy shit, my voice just died. At which points he probably is blighted, and you can see that there's several areas that have already darkened quite a lot, so you attach it there, and you immediately feel and see that the chrysalis kind of lights up a little bit, and as soon as Isorel, you kind of go into the water, you kind of sink down, you can still feel the energy leaving your body, but as soon as you kind of completely enter inside of the pool, because the pool is quite deep, as the chrysalis touches the water itself, all of you kind of looking worried at Isorel, and you're inside of this pool, the entire pool starts to glow up in a bright light as a column of what seems to almost be like sunlight just kind of rise from the water itself, enveloping all of you, and you can immediately feel how your strength, your vitality rises. The wounds that you had from the quick encounter that you have immediately close and heal as this spur of energy, pure life energy, courses through your veins, and your mental state is kind of cleared. Any sort of blight or illness or things that you had inside of you kind of dissipate and go away. And Isorel, you can also see the kind of darkened spots on your body disappear as kind of your veins start to glow a bit as the energy is pumped directly inside of your body. And as you kind of look up, instinctively feeling a sense of urgency, almost as if something is looking at you, you can see once again this Draconic statue, both of its eyes now glow up, and then a pulse of energy go throughout the wings, and then for a brief moment the entire ruin inside lights up with sylvan scriptures that have been written inside but have long passed, glow up, as then after a short while the light fades and you're back again inside of the pool of water, just feeling a lot healthier than you did a few moments ago.
I'll look up at the statue again, and in Draconic say thank you for everything. I'll just
As I'm catching her.
I look at Eirik after all this. Good job.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
And you can also see Vashina now standing on the side, also like, this is incredible.
I've never seen something happen with the Chrysalis before. I've only kind of like, jeez.
Well,
Oh my god.
together we can make wondrous things happen.
Holy shit.
As much as I appreciate everything that is happening right now and how connected to my ancestors I feel, I think we should make sure that there's no bodies left here. And I'll start trudging out slowly but surely of the water.
Coming out.
I would have already been burning all of these things
Yeah.
while you guys were still inside.
Yeah, and now this was already a point, like, you already have burned most of the corpses, and you're just checking if, you know, a limb remains, but you made a good enough job that only ashes remain, and at least for now it doesn't seem like there are any more body parts that could potentially turn into demons around here, at least that you left behind.
Is the Chrysalis still like lit up or anything? Is there anything active with it still?
You kind of look at it, and no, it seems to be completely docile.
Seems there's some sort of conditions that need to be met to activate it.
Yes. Well, yeah. This was well beyond the scope of my work. Like, I was just kind of I was usually involved in just making, you know, things to hold a Chrysalis, or, you know, working on how to connect things to other things. Actually using it, I've never experienced that.
Well, take pride in what we've done, and tomorrow we go deeper. And I'll head back to the tower, looking at the Chrysalis, I guess, kind of wrapping the metal parts Eirik put together around it so it can be used again in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. I need a nap.
Yes, I think we all need one. But what we saw here today is maybe a potential to cure more than just one person. We now see the use we could have if we delve deeper inside of magics used in ancient times.
This was just a pond. There are lakes and rivers and oceans.
And this is the smallest size Chrysalis, right?
Yeah, it is tiny.
Yeah, exactly. Oof.
It's also why we need to reconnect with our ancestry. This is something that has been long forgotten by everyone.
Yes, that is very true. I would also like to know why a chrysalis was here in the first place. It seemed to have grown from this plant. Well, maybe questions for tomorrow. I do feel quite exhausted.
Wow.
And she also heads inside of the Tower of Weird.
Is our mark still on our arms?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, good question.
It very well could be off of Izarel's.
Is it?
Yes, it is still on. I mean, it is still on.
Oh, god dang it.
And back in the bed.
Okay, so
Yep.
any watches for the night?
Before I go back to sleep, I'm just gonna sit on my bed and I'm gonna take my overalls off and my my shirt and everything and look at my scars. Do those different?
Okay, your audio just spasmed out a bit.
Oh god, it
Oh.
wasn't just me, thank
Yeah.
god.
No, that
Really?
was.
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah, Eirik went full robot.
I'm not
Oh
alone.
God.
No, it's normal again. It's normal again.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of look at your scars, and you can see that it seems like the scars have almost like healed a bit, but it now has turned. You know, before it became like a bit flaky and had like holes inside, and now the kind of opposite happened, where it almost looks like scales are starting to form on where the scars were.
What does the Eirik have going on?
What?
What is
Yeah,
Eirik hiding?
Okay, I think Eirik is holding back the most information out of any of us. And I'm holding back a lot. So that's saying something.
Yeah, Isorel's an open book, unfortunately. You guys
Yeah.
know all my secrets.
People play different. Okay. If you any watches for the night, or are you just gonna pray that nothing happens?
I can set up an alarm, but I'd feel better if I took watch.
Okay, I'll finish my watch. Yeah, I'll finish my watch, and then who am I waking up next?
It was supposed to be me.
But I feel like you need your rest now.
I only need 4 hours.
True. Alright, so I'll wake you up at the end of my watch.
Okay. So you can start off again then, as was the last one. And once again, roll a d100.
I'm not doing it this time.
Now we have to fight more Yanti or something.
I'll do it.
Okay, 25. And Arya, you can make your perception check for the watch.
Oh,
Wow.
Again.
I'm on like extra high alert now.
Yep. After everything that has happened, after seeing your friend quite literally almost potentially die, you aren't taking any chances of that happening. And so throughout your entire watch, you notice everything and nothing alarming happens during the next 4 hours. And you are confident that everything seems to be safe. Isorel, you already take your long rest with Rashina. She will also take her long rest, and she's also an elf. And yeah, you probably, I presume, wake up Isorel. And actually, since Vashina is on the bottom floor, she will also kind of just wake up, and then will offer to also keep watch with you, Isorel. Yes, since she also doesn't really have anything better to do. Yes. I mean, 2 sets of eyes are always better than just one. Correct?
Absolutely. The best eyes of all of us is going to sleep, so...
Yes. Do not want to be disturbed again like last time. Okay.
Definitely not.
So I will just give you perception with advantage. She's basically helping you.
Alright.
23.
Where were those rolls like 5 minutes ago?
Hey, it allowed for a really cool moment, though.
Yeah.
That's true. Wait, there's no way I would have done that or had the idea if you didn't get blighted so badly.
Yeah. During your rest, kind of Vashina will strike a bit of a conversation as she's, you know, she kind of talks to you and says, I'm very curious about your connection to the Fake Core. It seems like you have some personal connections with them, even more deeper than I would have anticipated at first.
Indeed, yes. My mentor is one of the lasting members of the Fake Court.
Oh.
Or at least the modern Fake Court, if we can say so.
Well, I mean, not much is left of the old Fake Court. I wasn't particularly interested in them when I first started my research, but seeing now their deep connection with the draconic ancestry definitely has piqued my interest even more. It seems like they have much deeper and longer connections than I first thought. Did you know about this draconic connection? I see that you are able to speak their language at least.
I've always suspected there was a connection. I've actually read about it while I was doing my studies, while I was not doing my studies at the archives. I kind of used my status as a noble in my town to gain access to the library and say I was going to study, but instead I kind of used my own time to study something else than diplomacy, so but don't say that to my dad, he would be angry.
I mean, I don't blame you. I was fairly similar. My parents also weren't very happy when I said that I wanted to become an archaeologist and discover more about the history. They were raised in Ovalmir. It's the city above the Zephyrus archives, and they have close ties to the Holy Lichnius. And when I started questioning about them and their morals and philosophies, they didn't take too kindly towards it. But, you know, I'm not a person that likes to just believe things that are told to me. I like to read about it and experience it myself. And it seems like you are a similar person.
Indeed, I had the chance. I had the honor to learn with the best mentor I could find. Kind of similar of a situation as right now. I was looking for the Fate Court, and the court found me deep in the woods. I found a shrine, and I'll just kind of untie my crescent moon necklace and show it to Vashina and tell her, this is a gift from the court that allows me to make wiser choices and help my mind connect with them whenever I need it. It is probably the most precious thing that I own, and I'll kind of present it to her, like, so she can look at it.
Yeah.
If she wants to.
Yeah, she definitely, with great curiosity, reaches out and kind of takes it in her hand if you allow her to.
I will, but I'll kind of, stay close.
Yeah. I presume you're also just sitting next to each other, so she's not far away, and she kind of takes it and looks at it, and you can see her kind of looking over it and then starting nodding slowly, scratching her chin a bit. Yes, this does seem like very old usages. I haven't seen many artifacts of the Fae. I think most of them have, disappeared with time. So you having this is truly something very, very special. And you should definitely keep it close to your heart. This is part of history. The stories that reside within this one necklace are probably endless. But not over yet. Kind of hands it back over to you.
Buckle it back up to my neck.
Well, I hope that you can find the answers that you're looking for.
My biggest wish, if we can call it like that, my goal in life is to welcome the court back here with us so they can stop hiding.
Yes. Well, I definitely now understand why they probably hid. Being that they're connected to the dragons, they probably didn't want to do much or have to do much with the holy lichnius. That would probably explain why they aren't frequently seen.
It was one of the guesses my mentor had. My mentor at school had. My professor.
Yes. That means a lot is hidden inside of this forest, and we are only seeing a small part of it. It's more to discover.
Indeed.
And then after that, she kind of stands up, and then she kind of just goes around the tower, also just keeping watch. And your watch also comes to a peaceful end, with no interruption for hours passing there, and you all gain the benefits of a long rest. So, what is it that you want to do?
Probably not sleep in.
Can we take a potty break?
Oh yeah. If you want to take a break after, yeah, we
Sounds
took a
good.
break. So in IRL we can also take a break. So see you
Yes,
guys
please.
in a second.
Yay.
And we're back. And as we're back, these guys are also back. You wake up, and it's at the end of this rest. You kind of teleport to the ground as the tower itself crumbles, I believe.
It lasts 24 hours.
Oh, 24 hours. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking of Lemon Sanyat. Oof. Yeah, okay, no, so
yeah,
that doesn't
that's
happen.
8.
Yeah, then you all wake up in your individual chambers that you were residing in and occupied at itself. So what do you wish to do?
I did have a question. While elves are doing their long rest, they're able to do light activities, right?
Their long rest?
Or yeah, that's what I mean.
I don't. No, I don't. I think you're in a deep state of meditation. I don't know. I don't think you can. I will double check. But I think that's the whole point. I think in a short rest you can definitely, but on a long rest.
Yeah, I think it's the short rest that allows you to like
Sounds
do
right.
light things.
Yeah.
Okay. Dang it. Okay. So I wanted to attune to my cloak, but it's okay.
Oh, you can.
Oh, you can do that
Yeah.
during a long rest.
Yeah, you
That's
can.
exactly what. Yeah.
Yep.
You can attune.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can do that if you want to.
Sweet.
Yes. And it also highly depends on like when it was the last time you did a long rest, where we'll be very flexible with it. Like if you haven't done a long rest in like 2 days, then no, you won't be doing light activity because I'm assuming you're like dead. But if you did a long rest like 4 hours ago and then you do another one just because, I don't know, you got into a fight, I will, generally say, yeah, okay, you're probably not like tired. You can like kind of chill and, do stuff, but yeah. You don't always have to
Okay.
sleep, basically, is what I'm saying.
Awesome. And then, does anyone want to take glamour? I've had glamour for a few
Ooh.
days.
Yeah, he has been talking the entire time, but I just don't want to always interrupt and do the glamour thing. FYI.
I mean, I'm hoping I have a method to get him out soon.
Okay, you can have glamour.
Great.
Did you just like shove the ring on her finger?
I'm very sorry. I can't attune to anything else anymore. Sorry.
Iric, you haven't had to go, right?
He won't. He refuses.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll give him a go today. But yeah, we should figure out what we're doing today because we'll be here, I assume, all day. Because I do have a gift for you, Izrael, oddly enough. And out of my satchel, I'll pull out a case. This is a scroll case I bought before leaving because I mean, you have to protect things that are old. Then as an action, I will cast a spell on the case called Arcanist's Magic Aura. And I'm going to put a false aura on it so that spells like Detect Magic and such will read no magic.
Okay.
This should protect the scroll and hopefully keep prying eyes from knowing that you have something very important in it.
That's actually a good idea. As much as I don't agree with the Lichnius way of doing things, I also do not want to anger them, and me walking around with a draconic vestige is probably not
Yes.
a good idea.
We'll find the proper time and place to, I guess, use it or announce it or do something with it. But for now, let's keep keep it away from prying eyes.
I would much rather study it than use it if I can be completely honest. I don't see how summoning a big ass dragon would help me in any way, shape, or form currently with the state of things in the world.
That'd be really bad, yes.
Yes.
And-
But we should definitely keep it hidden for now.
Can I make an insight check on Fiera to see if she knew anything about maybe finding a scroll?
Yeah, of course you can do that.
Ooh.
And Fiera,
Interesting.
you can roll a d20, just a straight d20, and then add your deception or your persuasion modifier, but don't say which.
Okay. Yeah.
And
20.
yeah, I reckon you can roll it. Oh my god, that's a natural 20.
That's a nat 20.
With the -2.
Minus
Oh, no.
2.
Oh, that's not enough. Even with. I mean, I'm not a charisma character. What would
So
you
yeah,
do?
Anymore.
I'm just curious. Like, that's a lot of like really accurate preparation. A thing to hold a scroll and spells to protect the scroll to make it not detectable. Did you know, like,
You can tell pretty quickly that this isn't her first time doing this. Yeah, she's. I'm confident, I'm over prepared, and I'm saying it like I've done this time and time again.
okay.
Yeah, just I do have to cast that a couple more times for it to be permanent, but it's just once a day, so it should be easy to do in the morning.
Vashina also kind of stands up and kind of, just doing her own morning business, kind of eating some of the rations that you brought with. And she just kind of says, well, I would spend probably most of the time just studying the murals and then kind of trying to put them onto one of my sketchbooks so I can maybe analyze and compare to other notes I have in the archive. Obviously, you're free to do whatever you want. Just if you wonder where I'm, I will probably stay here for most of the time. These murals probably have a lot inside of them that needs to be deciphered.
Do you have any ideas if there's a Yuan-Ti village nearby?
Really can't read the numbers on this fucking dice. I don't think they have much of a village. As far as I'm concerned, they are quite nomadic. They usually don't stay in one place often. So if I had to take a guess, this was probably the one entire tribe or a part of a tribe that just has a nomadic lifestyle. So I would hope that there aren't any close relatives in a vicinity, but I might also be very wrong.
Okay, so we should be safe, but keep our eyes open.
Well, you should always assume.
Well, I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, I shall start my studies then. And you can see her kind of get a bit excited and then takes out a sketchbook, notepad, and equipment and then leaves the tower and proceeds to go in front of the murals.
Well, what do you all want to do? I have some research and work to do in the tower, but if you need my help, I can assist.
I mean, I was kind of interested in like just taking a walk around and seeing if like anything else has changed in here since we did what we did last night. If there's anything like different to the ruins or anything.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, I'm preparing my spells for the day.
I would go look around as well.
Okay. Why don't I give you both a small boon then, just in case you run into trouble?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. I'll give you both Gift of Alacrity, which lasts 8 hours. I'll just cast it so you know what it does. Boost your initiative. Okay. I guess. Do you mind if I borrow your bag for a little bit, Eirik? Because if we store a chrysalis in there, I just want to make sure it can contain the magic without any repercussions.
Oh, I mean, yeah, yeah. Sure.
And
I
I
guess.
might put my aura on it too, because I assume you'd prefer it where it was hidden from divination.
Yeah, I mean, if you can do that, that'd be good. I guess there's nothing, crazy in there, so it's not really useful right now. But yes, yeah, no, of course, yeah,
It shouldn't take too long.
yeah. I'll go and unbuckle it, and
Okay, thank you.
And then,
Okay.
Israel, what is your plans?
I want to talk to that plant, and then I want to try to figure out this dragon head, what it does, and
Okay.
who it is.
Well, we can still talk. So we took a 4 hours. So
No,
3 more hours.
no, you took a long rest in total. Since Eirik has to sleep 8 hours, so that was 8 hours ago when you did that.
Okay.
Yeah.
human.
So I will do my psychic connection so that we can talk. My psychic whispers. Oh, sweet, for a full 8 hours.
Holy shit.
Nice.
And I will choose see, I can pick 4 of us, right? Where did it go? Choose 1 or more creatures since you up to your proficiency bonus. So that's 3. So I would choose Izarel, Fiera, and then what was our companion's name?
Vashina.
And I would choose Vashina.
Okay.
Because I know Eirik doesn't like nobody in his head.
Fair enough.
So, if we need each other, since we're all going to be kind of in different areas, just holler.
Okay, as I'm walking away.
Then, okay, I guess we're gonna just start off with Eirik. Why not? What is Eirik up to?
I'll go back to the hallway that I found all the wood in yesterday. Because there was also that small room off to the side that I don't think I completely looked through. But I'm just trying to notice if anything is like I said, has anything changed? Do things look different? Anything like that?
Yeah, then make an investigation check as kind of just scouting the walls. 16. As you're kind of going back to the area, looking at the walls, which you know are actually made out of wood, they just petrified over the course of a long time. It's not necessarily different, but you do notice a few things that you didn't notice before, just because you now have a bit more knowledge and a awareness that as kind of the light glowed around the entire ruins, you saw literal scriptures that lit up, so you're kind of looking specifically for that scripture that you saw there, and even though you only got a brief glimpse of it, as you're kind of looking inside of this very textured bark-like wall, there are certain areas where you can recognize where the corrosion wasn't as strong as other areas, maybe because, you know, it is more shielded from the weathering of wind and stuff like that. You can see what seems to be like remnants of what was probably either more murals carved inside of the wall or even parts of scriptures also inside of there. But most of them are really just scraps. The only place where it was completely visible was the end of the wall, what Vashina's currently studying, and the rest definitely seems like it's probably a different type of material, or some magic was at some point casted on the wall which preserved most of the murals, while the rest of the runes didn't have that magical blessing. But yeah, you can definitely see that there are remnants and stuff like that. But one thing that you do notice as you're kind of, you know, crossing around here is in one of kind of between a few broken stones and stuff like that, you find like what seems to be like an arrow that's kind of just lying there, and it seems like an ordinary arrow, and at first glance it definitely doesn't seem magical in any way. However, what is noticeable specifically about this arrow is it doesn't look as old as the rune itself, which, you know, isn't so surprising. The building was probably built way before any tools were built here. However, the amount of corrosion that should have also applied to the arrow doesn't seem nearly as much as on the rune itself, which makes you believe that this arrow was in quotes fairly recent, so only a couple of 100 years, while the rune itself was probably, you know, around 1,000 of years.
And it just looks like a sort of normal arrow you can buy at a store, or is it worth me putting on my goggles to identify it?
You can first make an investigation check to kind of check out the arrow, like specifically, see if there's anything maybe potentially magical about it. 17. You look at it. It is definitively a modern make. Modern as in it wasn't stuff like usually when you find stuff that is past or that happened before the Angelic War, different aesthetics, different time, they build things differently. This is something that is what your people are building now. So this was past Angelic War, and you can recognize this build because you've seen it before. These are arrows, and you can see it on the arrowhead because it is quite sharp, but you can see that the ends have like these points that kind of protrude outwards. Most of them are broken, but you can see that parts of the arrow have been broken, and these arrowheads are used by the Holy Legionnaires.
Alrighty. So I'll just put that in my waistband, and now that I've found something specific like that, I'll be going through more of the ruins and like pulling rocks away and trying to find anything that's sort of more modern and, you know.
Yes, and as you kind of continue on with your investigation looking for that, you start to find more quote-unquote modern artifacts, one of which is a old boot, and distinctively also probably Holy Legionnaires. You've seen some of the soldiers that wear these kind of boots, and a dagger, and then even at some point you find the remains of deceased humans, but only skulls, old skulls, and bones, a femur, and stuff like that. And once again, it's hard to judge with bones specifically since they don't usually decay so much, so it's hard to determine how long ago it was, but you would highly presume same era as the tools that you found here. Once again, it is still old in like general terms, probably 100 years ago, but compared to the ruin itself, it is fairly recent.
Is there any? I mean, I know it's like super old still, but like, does it look like the bodies or the bones or anything are in some sort of like even spaced order, or is it just random bones all over the place?
It seems random. Like you don't see them like filed and buried in like a specific way. There is no recognizable pattern. It seems like they died here, either through natural circumstances, but it seems kind of weird. You would presume that some sort of battle took place, because sometimes you do see some, daggers and arrows placed very closely to a body, what makes you assume that they probably got hit by an arrow or something like that, and then died in this place. And you don't only find just human skulls, you do sometimes also find like elven skulls, which you can recognize on the usually very pointed chins, and the cheekbones also kind of protrude a bit more outwards, and you have a keen eye for stuff like that, so you do recognize that. And the features on these are like exaggerated, like even more than you would have expected, so they look super elven almost as someone refines them to kind of make sure that they're elven. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's weird, but yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I would say that will probably take a couple of hours as you're kind of going through there and there. So kind of go on to the next one. Let's just go to Israel, since you wanted to investigate the head.
And the plant. I wanted to talk to the plant.
The plant on which the Tower of Weird was built upon. So, does it make a floor? I would probably say you wouldn't have built it on top of the
I don't
floor.
think I would have destroyed it on purpose. So yeah, I think I can exclude a floor because I can choose the building material. And if I chose the wood, then there's already a wooden floor, right? So I don't need to put a floor on top of a floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah,
It's hanging out in the lounge.
Yeah, the big flower is kind of hanging out in the lounge.
Yeah. So I'm gonna sit down crisscross applesauce in front of the flower and cast Speak with Plants. And try to have a conversation with that plant.
Okay, you cast the magic, you feel your connection towards nature's strengths, and once again, what do you say to this plant?
I will ask the plant a question. I will ask the plant, what is your purpose here?
You hear a response inside of your head as the plant answers the question. And it says, I am what life remains of my lost body.
And who are you?
I am the remains of the evergreen soul giver.
Israel is gonna take a deep breath and think very loudly in Draconic. It is an honor to meet you.
The honor is all mine, child of nature.
Is there anything that my friends and I can do while we are here to help protect your integrity?
My purpose has become
to manifest my energy into chrysalises so that my offspring may use it.
Is the one that we found the only one here?
Yes, I am the only archdragon in this area who has died in this place.
Oh my god, so many questions, so many things I want to say. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I will take another deep breath and kind of calm back down and recenter myself on my goal and say, we will protect your chrysalis, and I will make sure that my kind remembers you.
Memories are important, child. I cannot move no longer. My heart is set deep beneath the soil of my once shrine. A new chrysalis will bloom from my body. That which has been plucked from my carapace was premature. A new one will bloom with time.
I'm trying not to get distracted by Matt having a conversation with himself.
Look, everything is coming together. I'm just playing the wrong character.
Ah. Good. I'll ask one final question before the spell is over, and ask, could your chrysalis, even premature, could it bring a child of Servalong back to life?
There's a longer pause. With much regret, the answer is no. I was tasked to protect a world tree sapling. This very shrine used to be one. But through the decimation of the angelic war, it and I have passed. The power was brought to us by fays from afar, and we greeted them here. to protect them from the first terror.
And as the spell ends, I'll just whisper, "Thank you," in Draconic.
And it dissipates, and we will then go over to Aria.
So what I would be doing is I would just be like paying like specific attention to like the murals, kind of like with our guests that we have with us, and me being the curious type of person that I am, I would be like trying to study them and maybe like think if like anything that I've read in the past is similar to this or describes this.
Yeah. Make an investigation check.
Investigation.
19. One word that usually always crosses your mind, which is attached to a question which should answer that one word, is one thing you always want to be aware of, and that one word is purpose. So while you're looking at this mural, the one thing that you are trying to think of or trying to solve is what the purpose is. It's depicting a story of how Fae people came over from somewhere, gifted these draconic beings something, and it turned then into something. So you're trying to decipher, okay, what does it mean? What is the correlation from the depiction of this story with the place you are right now? What is the purpose of it? Obviously, the purpose is to try and remember something that has happened that they are appreciating and wanna, keep in memory spaces so people don't forget what has happened. And the correlation that you kind of, you're trying to think, okay, they came here, they got a seed, they planted it, and it turned into a big tree. You're looking around, you're slowly starting to also see, similar to what Eirik has already noticed long ago, that the entire structure of this building is wood, is a very old but already dead tree. So you can make a very clear assumption that probably whatever they took long time ago and then planted here must be this very shrine. You are inside of the tree that is being depicted on these murals, and they were trying to keep it safe. But there's one piece of the story that is still left in the dark, and one piece of the mural that is broken, which is the first plate of the mural, which is, where did these Fae or elves come from? Why did they bring a seed from where they were all the way over to here and then plant it here and then try and protect it? And that is the kind of question that you think is what you have to try and answer. And the best assumption you can obviously make is that there was a other threat that forced them to move here. And you can make that assumption because since they came to a new place, they are still protecting it, which means the danger they escaped from still exists. Now, whether or not it still exists in your time, because this happened thousands of years ago, you don't know. However, it was a problem that they were facing thousands of years ago. And that is one thing that you notice, is you have to try and figure out, okay, where did, or from where and from what were they getting away from?
So with that, I want to try and see if there's any, like if I can find any of the broken pieces, like anywhere. So I'm gonna just kind of like general look everywhere and just see if I can find any of the broken pieces, or to see if there's any more murals that we initially missed.
Yes, then I can make another investigation check. That is a 12. There are broken pieces beneath the first panel of the mural, and you're kind of trying to maybe puzzle them together. Maybe there are some larger stones to see whether or not you can maybe make out an image. However, it has crumbled to such a degree that puzzling them together is near impossible, and probably because it crumbled together, the corrosion that took place here was a lot stronger. Meaning that if there was still images attached to it or carvings, that they have probably already been lost with time. And as you're kind of looking around, maybe trying to find different areas where more parts of a mural would maybe hopefully depict the same thing, you're kind of finding the same thing that Eirik has, that there are indicators of past scriptures and carvings and reliefs on other parts of the walls besides the large mural, but they have corroded way more than the actual mural piece on the far side. So unfortunately you aren't able to get any further grasp on or information that could potentially help you solve this mystery.
I'll take out a notebook and I'll just kind of like write down like what I see in the mural and then what I think it could all be, and like just kind of jotting everything down.
Okay. While you're jotting all that down, we will come to Fiera.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just happy we have a druid that is learning about dragons by talking to a plant that is secretly a dead dragon. I'm just happy. But yeah, I got things to do. So I got a toy to play with. I think I'm gonna play with it. I'm gonna make my way up to the observatory because that's my best study place right now until I'm in my study. I'm actually gonna send off a message first because I'm too curious about what's happening at home. So I will send a message to Professor Sherry Colon, my Arcanist teacher. Because I assume she's at least in the area by home. Gotta get the one I meant for her. I will say, Sherry, it's Fiera. I hope you're well. I heard about the gate falling. What is the state of the attack from Tellus? Should I help?
Finished?
Mhm.
Okay. You get a response, and you hear the voice of Sherry, which makes you calm down a bit, knowing that she's alive. And you hear her say, oh my god, now I have to calculate. Fiera, glad to hear you're still okay. Attack was pushed back, currently in Altior. Crusader legions are coming for aid. Don't think it will be long.
She said push back to Altia.
Well, she said she is in Altior, and then...
Oh, she is in because that's a city up there.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's pretty safe. And pushed back. Ooh, I know they were at the castle. Their legions. Okay, I mean that sounds like good news. My mom's probably alive. Okay. Nope, too scared to send a message to her or read her. So I'm gonna focus on work.
Okay.
So I have Irix Bag. I have this Life Chrysalis. I'm gonna put them in front of me. I guess first thing I'll do is reach into the bag and think Fire Chrysalis and see if I pull anything out.
You think Fire Chrysalis. Okay. Nothing comes out.
I go through all the other chrysalises, I guess. Water, lightning, winds, even just chrysalis. Let's see if any of them are in there. I don't want to put it upside down because that's too much stuff.
Okay, as far as I am aware, yeah, no secret chrysalis comes spilling out in your hands.
Okay, I had to try. Oh boy. So putting a chrysalis into a bag seems dangerous. Do I know if there are magic items you can't put in a bag of holding because its magic potency is like too much for it? Like I know you can't put like a bag in a bag, but what about a chrysalis?
You haven't heard about any incidences that would have caused any problems, and it probably would have been common knowledge that you would have definitely known about it if there was a case of like, oh, you definitely can't put a chrysalis in a bag. I also want to remind you, like, chrysalises, once again, aren't like super rare, like especially the small ones.
Right.
Like a flame-touched sword, for example, uses a fire chrysalis to gain its flame abilities. Like most permanent or long-lasting enchantments on items actually use some sort of chrysalis to be powered, and they often get stored inside of you know, cross-dimensional bags, so you don't think there would be any problem.
Okay. I'll slowly put it inside.
And nothing happens.
Okay. And then I'm gonna cast the Arcanist Magic Aura on the bag to see if I can put the false aura and making it look non-magical. I can post spell if you want here.
Yep.
A lot of text.
Information was there can be unification option that doesn't mean kind of one.
I'm using the option of false aura to make a magical item look non-magical.
Yeah, oh yeah, you can definitely use that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it takes hold on the bag. And then I'm actually gonna cast another spell. I'm gonna cast Locate Object, and I'm gonna think of the Life Chrysalis to see if it gets a ping from the bag. I'm gonna put like 5 feet away.
Yeah.
Back up, and then cast Locate Object for the Life Chrysalis.
You do that, and it doesn't pick up. There's no life chrysalis in 30 or 60 feet of you.
Good to know. Okay, I'll take the bag. I guess put on myself for now and go downstairs. And then I just got one more thing to do. I'm gonna go to that chest that we found.
Mm-hmm.
Can I tell if Arcane Lock is still on it or if it dissipated after it opened?
Yeah,
I could cast like Detect Magic if I need to as like a ritual.
You know, you saw how it was open, and it seemed like it was the magic was dispersed once it was opened. So closing it wouldn't lock it again.
And then, is there a keyhole, or how does it? I guess does it work? Is it just like a lid, or is there like a keyhole for the lid and the chest?
No, it had a very specific shape. It was like a normal shaped chest. Like probably from outside you wouldn't even call it a chest if you didn't know it was a chest. It's kind of shaped like a elongated hexagon plate. So if you had a hexagon and then kind of elongated it into a chest shape, and then the lock on it was also very specific because it didn't have any lock hole that was visible. It was some kind of weird mechanical things that Arya fiddled with in order to open it. Where they're kind of in different places there are these kind of seams that are almost invisible that you can kind of shift around in order to kind of unlock the chest.
I see. So it doesn't need like a key to activate that mechanism. It's a mechanism you activate by like using. I guess can I like investigate to see how it specifically works or how it's supposed to work?
Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Would that be investigation?
Yep, since you are investigating it.
That's it. It's okay.
27. Yeah. So even without the arcane lock, closing it and not knowing how to open it would be extremely difficult. And the way it works, it functions as expert craftsmanship, as in the forms fit so perfectly well together. Do you know those internet videos where they put two shapes together that seem like they aren't able to and then they just close? Like you would have to know in which direction to push certain parts in order to open it, but you aren't able to see any of those seams since they fit so perfectly together. So actually, in order to open it, it's just able to know when or where to kind of pull those parts apart. That's how it works.
Interesting. And now that I've investigated, can I like figure out the method so I can like open and close it with that? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
You would definitely now know it. And since you also seen it get unlocked, you would also know it. And that is a cat.
Perfect. Ooh, do I just have one more message I kind of wanted to? I guess. Okay, so we have the mind link going. So I'll send to Arya first. Hey, did you want me to check on your parents? Since we have a little bit of downtime today, I was thinking I could spare the magics.
I do, but I'm scared of it at the same time.
Understandable.
I still don't know if they know who I am.
We have a lot of that going around in the group. Izrael, did you want me to check on your father? I guess. Did you tell? You have a mother? Is she alive? Does she work? What's her name?
Tell me everything.
Did you want me to check on your parents as well? Oh, I think you're muted.
Wrong thing. I usually turn off my mic. I don't mute myself. I do have a mother, as a matter of fact. Yes, thank you. She most likely is home scolding my father for running around, getting involved in the military and stuff. But I'm actually not too concerned about my parents at the current time. I think they're probably in the safest area they can right now. But thank you for asking.
No worries. You're both from Cavalli, right? Is that where both your parents are?
Yes.
And Arya, you're from there? Okay.
I'm kind of scared to know if my parents know who we are, but I'd love to know my brother's okay.
Oof.
He works closely with my father.
Okay. Don't think I've met anybody of your family. The only one I think I've met from Cavalli is Cernan, Azrael's dad.
My father and Arya's father worked together. We grew up together, so our fathers know each other very much. very well. So you could probably ask news to my father about Mr. Einsight.
Einsicht, but okay.
Einsicht. Yes, this.
I can't even pronounce my own last name very well.
Einsicht? I don't even. You know what? I'm just gonna write it in a way I can pronounce it.
It is
I always pronounce it Einsicht.
yeah, which doesn't make any sense, but just replace the CH with SH. Just replace the C with an S, and then I think that should fix pronunciation issues.
But yeah, we could probably circle it around, like asking about my father and asking my father about Arya's dad. This way you could.
That's the easiest way, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Einsicht. So you have a brother. Okay, yeah, I could fit that pretty well. Okay, then I'll create another sending for Mr. Cernon. I'll say, greetings. It's Dr. Fiera at Zevigis Archive with Azrael and Arya. They're well. Arya is wondering how her father and brother are. The Einsicht.
What was the name? No, kidding. Yeah, you send it off, and you wait a while.
Yep.
Wait another while. Wait another while. And no response seems to come.
Oh man.
But there could be many different causes for no response. He could literally be sleeping.
He could be busy in a meeting, asleep, unconscious. Busy.
Or just the fact
Interesting.
that I just don't exist.
Yeah, he could be confused, but what will I say to everybody? Because this hasn't really happened.
Where the heck are my notes?
Okay, over the link, I'll say it was quick, but he said he's busy and will respond when he's able. And if I have to roll deception, I will. I think they'll both know I'm kind of bullshitting.
I mean, if they wish to do an insight.
Well,
I have a passive insight of 14.
I know, I don't.
I mean, I know I have a passive insight of 16, so I would know like straight away that Fiera
Just in
is
case, I'll roll.
bullshitting. Yeah.
Oh, we both passed.
I sound
Yeah.
uncertain over the psychic link.
Yeah.
I'll just kind of sure Jan and
I just kind of roll my eyes.
Okay. Is there anything else on your agenda, Fiera?
That's good for now. Oh, actually, can I look at that lens I found when I first got here? I think when we got to the initial place with the snakes, I found a lens off to the side.
Yes, you did. And you want to look at it?
Yeah, what is it? Is it magical? Is it just for glasses? 'Cause everybody wears glasses in the jungle.
Famously, of course. Yeah, you can definitely make an investigation check.
Investigation.
What is it?
Now I rolled.
19. Now I have to remind myself of this goddamn lens.
Yeah, what did I
Yeah,
wrote
what-
something for it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have to find out. Oh my god, what's its name again?
let me distract people in the meantime.
There it is.
I just put piece of circular glass found in Azathia rune.
Nice. You're looking at it, and it doesn't initially strike you as anything that would be magical. Okay, I found it. Lol. Yeah, so it doesn't. Oh, you wouldn't assume to have it to have any innate magical properties. However, looking at it, since it's a lens, your probably first curiosity is how light interacts with it. So as you're kind of probably holding it against the bit of sunlight that is coming through the hole on the top of the ceiling, you can see that how it's built is that it has a very specific crystalline structure inside of it that focuses all of the light in a very almost like geometric pattern that then kind of comes down and shines on a very almost like a laser point onto one spot on the ground. So this seems to be something that is like made out of an extremely durable material, which is probably why it's still intact, even though we found it in the middle of a forest. Definitely was handcrafted and could very well be used for something that needs a focus, and probably even as a magical catalyst. A lot of magical things need, certain catalysts of physical objects.
Oh, yeah.
So this could
Interesting.
be used to either focus very specific things into, either different magics into one thing, or a increased accuracy or something like that. So this is something that can focus things very well. And just so I don't forget what it is called a Sun Shimmer Glass Glade, which I will
Yeah, right.
put. My assistant can do that. Your assistant?
Blade, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, you would presume that probably Ira could use that to build something or something like that. So it's a immaterial.
All right, interesting. Okay, I'll talk it that way and try to take a short rest unless somebody needs me, so I can get my magics back.
Okay, I will say. I will go back to Icefield since you literally only did something for 10 minutes, while the rest of the group were doing something over an elongated period of time. Is there anything else you would like to do after you've talked to the plant?
Yeah, I wanted to study the head that is on the ceiling and trying to see, like, kind of maybe understand a little bit what it is and what it does, and trying to figure out, like, those eyes, like, what's that about?
Yeah, you can make a investigation check. So it is several feet off the ground, so you can't really look very closely unless you are trying to find a way to get close to it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
Oh well,
see
actually,
here.
the tower is like going up, so yeah, you could actually just climb up the tower.
Yeah, I would, seeing that the tower is there, I would probably go up to, or maybe use the oh my gosh, the thing that you use to look at the stars.
Oh, a
Telescope.
A telescope.
Yeah.
As you come up, I'll be... did you need help with something?
I'm trying to get a better view at the dragon head on the ceiling.
Oh, well, yeah, and let me show you how this works. Then you can use it later. And yeah, you can move the telescope. It's like on rails, but there are gears that make it go like up, down, like zoom it out, kind of thing. So I'll show you how like all the mechanical stuff works.
With Fira's help, I would try to angle it so that I can have a pretty good look at the dragon's head.
Yeah, I would say since it's a telescope meant to look at stars, You have a very,
Yeah.
very close to.
Very close, looking at one eye.
Yeah, you can probably zoom into the eye, but to look at the entire statue, you're
Yeah.
probably better off with your own eyes than with this telescope.
Yeah, I would probably start with like the eyes with that telescope, and then walk up and have a general view of
Yeah.
everything else.
Okay, yeah, then you can definitely make an investigation check.
I rolled the wrong thing. Please ignore.
Oh, lucky. Lucky.
I tried to intimidate the wall.
And the wall bites back. That is a 2. Yeah. Using a telescope to investigate something that's now only several feet away, you realize very quickly, not the best method. But just looking at it, there don't seem to be any obvious signs of it being special. It literally just looks like a statue is carved or built out of the surrounding structure, and nothing grabs your attention at all. There doesn't seem to be like a glowing stone and where the eyes are. In fact, as you're kind of looking at this head, it doesn't really have like eyes, or in the classical sense where, you know, there are eyelids and there's an eye. There's just this kind of concoction of different roots and moss and stuff like that, kind of, you know, carved in, obviously. But parts of it are really made out of moss and wood, since, you know, nature has overgrown it. Yeah, so you kind of look at it for quite a while, but don't find anything. And that is where I would say around like 2 hours have now passed. What you all have been doing this last 2 hours. Anything else you would like to do as we now get kind of to the second step, and I will now go to Eirik after, you know, you found out everything that you just did. After these 2 hours, is there anything else you would like to do? You are muted.
Not really, I don't think.
I guess over the as you said, it's been 2 hours.
Yep.
Oh, Eric's on the link. Never mind.
I'm all analog, buddy. None of this technical shit.
He only uses fax. Is that what, email? What is that?
It's just like Messenger. Yeah, no. Aside from walking around, looking at things,
Yeah, that's fine.
I guess I would have eventually just made my way back to the tower, and unless anybody stopped me for anything, I'd just go back up to my room.
Okay, yeah. Then Israel or any of the other three, any one of you wants to do something particular?
I would check with is it Vashina?
Yes.
Check with her, see how she's doing, see if there's anything I can help her with, and then yeah.
Yeah, kind of looks at you and says, "Oh, thank you for the help you want to give me, but I'm just trying to sketch this down as detailed as possible." And she kind of shows you the pages of her sketchbook, and she literally is doing like almost like one-to-one copy of the mural itself. Says, probably would take some time, but appreciate the offer of help, but I don't think I need any for the time being. Maybe later when I wanna go out and maybe look in the surroundings, if we can maybe find outside more. But for now, I just have to try and, get this on paper.
How do you interpret this?
Yes, I've been kind of thinking about it while I'm sketching it down. One thing I did notice is that the people depicted here, while they're definitely elven, seem I would say a bit different than us. I think they're probably our ancestors, but not quite us. You probably heard of Iserel's stories. She's talking about a mentor, and I'm presuming he's one of the last ones that belong to this race of people, and which makes me believe that wherever they came from definitely isn't from this continent. That's at least my assumption, since I haven't really seen anyone like that. Yeah.
I'm very interested in our past, and trying to learn as much as I can, because I feel like if we know the answers of our past, it can help us with the future to avoiding making similar mistakes.
Yes, definitely. And I feel like there are some answers inside of this mural which I don't quite understand yet. There are many stories of the past that talk about, you know, calamities and other phenomenon that has caused great loss and made the past disappear for the most part, right? So everything we know about our histories up until the Angelic War, like everything past the Angelic War, is a blank slate, you know? But this, I think this is depicting something that happened before the Angelic War. It must have been. The dragons are greeting them, and dragons famously went extinct during the Angelic War. So this is one bit of history about something we know nothing about.
It's fascinating. I want to know more.
Yes. What are your takes? I'm curious to know what your intuition is. Like, what do you think where these people came from, or what the purpose of this is?
I see that they were trying to give them something, but there was a threat that they had, and the threat followed them here, and they didn't feel entirely safe here.
Yes. A threat. Oh yes, I didn't see that. Yeah, you're right. I also feel like I think they were trying to preserve something.
I really wish that I knew what this piece was, and I show where it was broken.
Yeah, she also looks there and kind of looks at you and says, "Yeah, your best guess is as good as mine. I unfortunately also don't know."
I found this broken pieces, but I can't put them together. It looks like they're too corroded.
Kind of looks at it. Yes, I also took a look at them. Yeah, no, unfortunately, it doesn't also make any sense to me. But I hope maybe there are elements in the Zephycus archives that maybe have a similar storyline, and maybe I can piece them together there. Like maybe there is a other story that has been told where the ending is missing, but the beginning is there, and then if I maybe piece them together, maybe we have two pieces of the puzzle. But I am not sure. There aren't a lot of draconic runes that we have found, so. But keeping my hopes high.
How did you get into this archaeology path? How did you find that this is what you were really passionate about?
Yes, it's a very funny story. Well, I used to always be quite the adventurous kid, while I grew up in more of a, I would say, nobler family, to some degree at least. I like to spend more time outside, and I like to ask a lot of questions when I was smaller. And at some point, the answers that my parents gave me didn't really satisfy me. And they often dismissed my more curious inquisitions in matters about the past. They kind of just neglected my questions after I grew into my teen years, and that is, kind of struck with my rebellion age, and I thought that kind of prove myself and to prove to my parents that the past is the most important time period, since we can learn so much. People have lived their entire lives through from beginning to end, and you can see all of it if you just pay attention, and you could gain so much that could help us in the future, that I felt like it was a necessary duty for some of us to uncover what has been hidden and to make it available so that we can use it to create a better future. And that thought, that philosophy still links to me to this day. And, well, I don't really try to disprove my parents anymore, that I don't care about their opinions that much, but what the opinions of the people of this country, I think it is important that they know.
I respect that. I never thought about doing what you do, but I do have my own way of searching for answers. I love to read, and I just constantly want to know more.
Yes, and that is good, and that is why we are here, and that is also why I think we will change the state of the world for the better. Well, that is why we do this, or at least I.
So please, if you see anything that you want, like a second set of eyes on, or just somebody to bounce ideas off of, just let me know, please. I'd be really interested.
Yes, definitely. I always love to do that. Always do that with my students as well. I'm glad you same as me. Thank you very much once again. I really appreciate that you are just open and helpful.
Yes. I'm gonna go check on the others. But you know how to reach me, and I just tap my head if you need me.
And she kind of nods and then continues sketching. The other two, Azrael and Fiera. Anything you would like to do after the 2 hours pass?
Once the 2 hours have passed, I would go down and go to have a chat with Vashina, and seeing oh, come on, Arya coming back from Vashina, I would actually grab her by the hand and say, "Come, I think we need to talk a little bit," and I'll go back towards Vashina. And speak in a language that I hope the other two don't speak. So I would be speaking Sylvan.
I would understand you.
Yeah. I'm trying to have a solemn moment with people that would understand what I'm about to talk about. And I would look at Vashina doing her sketch, and look at the first broken piece of the mural and be like, and tell them in Sylvan, I know part of that first story here. I know some of it. Esifern told me.
She kind of stops sketching and looks back.
I don't know all of the details, but I know where
Please.
they came from. I don't know why they came here.
Where are they from?
The Feywild. They came from another plane to our plane.
Can you tell us the story that you do know?
I can tell you
Oh,
what I learned from Esifern. My mentor, Arya, I've told you about the weave before, I think.
you might have. Just there's been so much that we've done.
Just think of it, our world and the Feywild, they are connected by this weave, this thing that connects it together. And the angelic war, it made it thinner. It made it die, basically. It's dying. And the tree of life is dying. The Evergreen confirmed it to me earlier. I spoke to him.
How? Is he here?
The plant in the tower.
Ah,
She does that.
yeah, I forgot she's a druid. Oh, that's quite convenient, actually.
The plant is basically what's left of the essence of the Evergreen. He's here to protect the land. Well, protect the land is a big word. You know that chrysalis that we found?
That saved your life.
Yeah. Another one is going to grow out of that plant eventually.
Wait, so this is like a constant supply of a chrysalis.
Wait,
We found a never-ending supply of life chrysalis.
wait, does that mean, is that for every chrysalis?
Only the one here that the Evergreen has been vested in. So the same kind that we have.
But, I mean,
If anyone else knew about this, that could be
Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. With everything that is going on right now, this could be... If the Lichness learns of this here, they will tear this temple down. They will destroy everything to get to this. I want to believe that Dr. Fiera is not that type of person.
On that note, can I hear them from the tower?
Do you speak Sylvan?
I'll get
I
it.
assume they're not far, and if I hear a rare language being spoken, that might pique my interest by window.
Yeah, make a perception check. I would say DC 15.
Oh,
So I think I just go by the window, kind of go off to the side, and just back to the wall, just cross my arms and listen to all this as I do know Sylvan.
Oh, dang.
And I continue and say, I want to believe that Dr. Fiera is not the type of person that will report back to the Lichnius. I do want to believe that she wants to protect things like this. I mean, she's an archaeologist. She wants to discover things, not destroy them.
Yes, I would also hope so. It would be a tremendous loss if you would lose this shrine.
Yeah.
We need to find a way to protect this place.
I want to talk about this discovery to Eirik and Fiera. I want them to know about this. I just don't know how to tell them so that one, Eirik's head doesn't explode, and two, to make sure that the Lichnius doesn't pluck the information out of the brain of Fiera. That is what I'm more scared of. I'm not scared of her telling them. I am scared of them gaining that information from her against her wishes.
Yes, that is... Carrying information is quite dangerous nowadays, so...
Anything to do with the mind, as Eirik says, is scary.
It
He is right on that point.
definitely is.
I hate to say it, because, me, but he's right. Eirik's over there just like...
Stone Man. SpongeBob Stone Man meme. Sheena then also says, it's just the implications of this information is just making me wonder that maybe all chrysalises appear like this is how we gain chrysalises.
That's what I'm starting to wonder as well.
Oh no, that probably means the Holy Lichnius have was definitely already found several ruins before and then most likely wiped them out.
Dr. Fiera is an archaeologist. That is the type of information she would know.
Should we ask Fiera?
Definitely. I don't want to keep her in the dark. I'm just scared of what the Lichnius is going to do to her.
I mean, she kind of has done a lot of things that they haven't agreed with.
Well, she has agreed that we need to keep this ruin secret so that the Lichnius doesn't kill her.
Yes, I don't think there's much worry about the decisions Fiera's going to make. I think
No.
the only real concern is if your minds get into the position of the Holy Lichnius. That is the concern.
Yes. Yes.
But I don't think you are going to make any active efforts to run into the hands of the Holy Lichnius, and as such, you should be safe. I mean, she has valuable information. She is an archaeologist, so I do believe it is quite valuable. If she has this information, that she probably will be able to give us more context. And I think that is probably more valuable in this current moment.
Through the mind link, I'll say, Fiera, would you mind grabbing Eirik and coming over here? I want to share a little something I learned.
Yeah, sorry, I was just taking a rest. He's outside the rune, right?
I believe he's in his room.
I look downstairs. You down there, Hyric?
Yeah.
They want us outside. I'll start working my way down to Hyric's room. Heuser are big, by the way. It's fine.
Well, I know it's fine.
I'm just saying it's fine to put like a chrysalis in there. And it shouldn't be easily detected anymore. It's just a bag.
Cool. Yeah, never expected I'd be like, carrying mysterious stuff that people were gonna want to look for and whatever, but yeah, I guess that's what this kind of thing is good for.
Exactly. Yeah, make my way out. Can we help you?
Yes, and I'll tell them exactly what I just said to Vashina.
Everything?
And I'm not hiding anything from you two that I've said to Vashina. And I do share my concerns about Delicious and Tierra's brain being prodded for information.
Yeah, I don't say anything while you explain it. I don't hide things very well, so I kind of act like I already know it all. Like, yeah, and? Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, that all makes sense. And? I mean, we all assume there was a Feywild. Your people had to come from somewhere. So if it's called the Feywild and it's another realm, that makes sense. I don't know anything about how to get there or how they even came here or how they found this place.
That's the part of the mural that we're missing. But it's also not the bigger problem we have at hand. And I kind of point towards the tower. What's in there is...
Oh, well, like the scroll we found, I kind of found a way around that as well. I point back to Eirik. As long as he keeps it in his bag, most divination should not even know it's there. I did a couple tests.
That plant is gonna pop another one out.
Oh, the plant.
You make it sound like it's giving birth.
No, I mean, kind of.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is. It's a live chrysalis coming out of a plant.
You can't just say it's, blooming a crystal.
That is a good point.
I did not become a diplomat for a reason.
Well, we've kind of talked about this before. What do we want to see done with the chrysalises? I think we all came to agreement that they should be used for everyone, and that it should be an open field of study, and not really anything to be shunned or ashamed of, or marked as heretical as the Lichenists do. So I think we leave it be, and we work to help those factions that would do good with it. And we don't share the information that a plant is blooming chrysalises with those we don't trust.
I don't trust basically everybody at this point.
You don't trust me?
Well, okay. Well, don't.
Or me?
I mean, well, you still did the mind thing.
Hey,
but
that was before we knew each other, okay?
yeah, well, I know, but it's still weird Anyway,
Oh.
no, okay, fine. I trust you. And I mean, given the fact that like nobody else in the world seems to know who I am anymore, I'm kind of stuck trusting you. I'm more just referring to like just everyone else who doesn't know us, who even people who do know us and know what we're doing. Yeah, like the
No,
more we find and the more we discover, the less I'm going to trust people.
As much as I have a special place for the archives in my heart, because that's where my journey started, I don't trust most of the archmages there with this information. No
I don't.
offense to you, Vasina. I know you are associated with the archives.
I mean, a lot of different types make their way there, so that is totally understandable. It's hard to differentiate which one are the good and which one are the bad types. So
I mean, we're in the same situation as the scroll, right? Maybe now isn't the best time to be publicizing that a chrysalis can grow here the way it does. The world's kind of in a bad place with every country. That everywhere seems corrupt. Until that corruption abeds even just a little bit, we can't really trust any nation, any faction. Really, only individuals that we know personally.
I would like to believe that at least Zephygus is someone I could trust and co with.
I would not trust Terendel. He is one of the people that wants that he's one of the people that wants to go at war with the Lichness.
See, and that's where the problem is. With all these high-pointed elves that have been around for a long time, there's no togetherness. So if we share with one, we make more with others.
Yes, that is the problem with politics. You rarely are able to satisfy all groups involved. Well, the main reason why I would like to believe or want to trust the Atrium High Mages is they have always taken a neutral standpoint when it came to political conflicts and stuff like that. They even, when they were invited into the Azathian War Council, they declined. And Kovus specifically stated that he would not cooperate with any efforts of trying to weaponize large masses of magic. And which is why he stayed in power for so long, because he at least from his words, he said that anyone else in his state of power could easily abuse it. And he's been leading the school ever since, and was his partner, Zephygus Silberstein, who has been protecting the information. They have been kind of a high power inside of Azathia, where I believe that has seen the least amount of corruptions as far as I can tell, since they stayed away from the political sides deliberately. There's a reason why they didn't join any of the high families.
Well, that sounds more agreeable. What would they do though if we told them this place?
I mean, we can protect items and small things. They have magic far beyond my own comprehension and abilities. They are probably more than capable of placing a ward here. That might be a possibility, or maybe they understand things about this and have their own agendas that they have been planning for some time.
I'm trying to see if I could perhaps... Oh no, I can't. Shoot. Let me see. No. No, I can't. Shoot, it's a cantrip. I can't learn a new cantrip. I was kind of hoping that I could... I didn't take mold earth because I could have created a wall or at least blocked the entrance until we knew for sure someone with higher power could come and protect this place.
Oh, I can block the entrance, no problem, but I'm pretty sure that anyone who would want to desperately come in here would be able to come in here, unless we put any sort of magical ward. I think a pickaxe would make quick do with any stone walls that I could create in front of the entrance.
Could be a matter of time too. Because if we don't give this to the right people, then that gives opportunity for the wrong people to take it.
Yes.
I guess let's think on what to do because we still have time. Is there more to explore here?
I mean, have you looked at your outside yet? Since I've been kind of localized inside of here, I've been mainly studying the murals.
No, we've been inside this whole time.
I have to be honest, I spoke with the Evergreen and then kind of lost track of time. I mean, when you speak to the essence of one of the old heralds, you kind of tend to forget how to exist.
Sure.
Yeah, fair enough. I've never experienced that before, so I can't judge.
I guess just so we have an idea, so a seed was brought here, and turned into this tree. That flower you spoke to used to be a dragon and protected this place?
If I understand correctly what Esfern told me and what I'm reading from the mural, you know, I'm trying to put two and two together. And from what the Evergreen has told me, his role was to protect the Tree of Life. And the seed that the Fae brought was a seed from the tree of life.
Interesting. And during the angelic wars, when the tree,
Most likely, yeah.
right? Huh. Which
That
makes
is,
sense.
yeah, that is what I'm
Because
understanding.
if a dragon presided here, then the angels would have sought it out to put it into the ground. Great.
And yeah, and the angelic wars is, according to Saphire, the angelic wars is directly connected to the weave thinning and the moon dying.
Might I ask, how old is this mentor you're speaking of, Azifern?
Very old. Do I know about how old he is?
Yes, you should have his age. Yes.
Do I have his
I can also just say it if you want
somewhere?
to.
Blah blah blah. I'm just rereading my background.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. I just wrote very old man.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you would know. What would you? Just make a history check. You know what? I'm not
Yeah.
doing this for free.
He's like 30.
Yeah, just average age.
I don't know at
No.
all.
Yeah.
I don't remember at
God.
all. All I know is that he was
Oh.
with the dryad. He was with the court, and he came here, and he's in the woods somewhere, and he's really really old. That's all I know.
Do we know when the elves came here? The first sighting? Or like, what was I taught? 'Cause I was taught that we greeted the elves and gave them protection, I'm pretty sure. Which was probably a lie, but
You can also make a history check.
I know that he's at least more than 100 years old, because I spent 100 years with him.
no.
Guys.
Come on, get it together.
Yeah, I'm not spending anything on that.
Let
Well,
me see if I could roll a history check to tell
Oh,
you
yeah,
how old
yeah.
elves are.
Both of the history nuts are going.
that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, so 10 is like average, so you would have like.
Hang on, let me roll my psionic die.
Oh,
yeah,
jeez.
you can do that.
Go big. Go big.
Go big. D8. 5.
Ah.
That makes it a 20.
I mean,
20, pretty damn good. Okay, so basic knowledge that you would know, Fiera, is what you have been taught, and which most people are taught is after the angelic war, there was the age of darkness, which was a time of, you guessed it, darkness, because the people lived underground. The surface of the entire continent was completely populated by demons, and if you were to try and live outside, you would have died, and then obviously the high storms would have killed you as well. However, during this age, a few individuals got a vision through light. The early Lichnians, the angels reached out to some people and gave them blessings, and those were the first Crusaders and the first light bearers, and specifically light bearers, 4 individuals who were blessed, and they had visions of going to a certain place where they would find the ancient texts of the angels that would give them salvation. And with that, the Age of Chaos started, where the humans started to come out of the caves and started a nomadic life where they would go from one cave to the other. And the reason it's called Age of Chaos is because literally all life was chaos. Like, people were just trying to survive, getting attacked by demons, getting killed by demons, getting killed by the high storms. No cities were built whatsoever until the Lightbearers finally found the holy text, which would later become the Lichnius Biblicum. And with it, they found the light crystals.
Oh,
And
of course.
with the light crystals, they were now able to build cities. And thus the Age of Revelation began. And with the Age of Revelation, the prosperity of humankind went throughout the entire continent. And during the Age of Chaos, other races also went out of their caves. However, they weren't able to build cities until they came into contact with humans who had the power of the light crystals and allowed them to build their own cities. So, during the Age of Revelations, the humans basically helped all other races bring them to the place they are today.
So I share that with everyone. Yeah, so I've heard that every Sunday for my entire life.
Yes. Arya, what you have been taught is actually the same. Age of Chaos, Age of Darkness, and that during the Age of Chaos, actually, 7 main elven families were the ones kind of leading the troop out and kind of had this nomadic lifestyle. And when they came into contact with the Holy Lichnius basically gave power to these 7 families and said that they will help them survive and grow. And that is how the dynasty of these 7 families then got established. And the Chamber of Dukes was then established as the leading council of the entire population of Azathia, because they originated from this original 7 families that went out during the Age of Chaos. However, you do know that there is some discrepancy in history, that in some older books that states different things, which say that actually the 7 families weren't originally approached by the Holy Lichnius, and that there was actually one founding family that was first approached, and that this founding family actually separated into 7, and that turned into the dynasty. And that's the reason why there is the Machtbändiger family. Even though, you know, Azathia has 7 families, there's still one head family that rules over the others, or that has higher authority. It isn't a dictatorship, they can't do whatever they want, but if a rule or a law is to come through, it has to go through this family, otherwise it won't get through. And they think they have a very strong relationship with the Holy Lichnius, and they reside inside of the capital of Azathia, which is Xanathar. Yes, so there's a kind of discrepancy of whether or not the Holy Lichnius approaches 7 families, or if they approach one family that's then separated into 7. There's some misinformation there, or discrepancies.
Surprise.
Yeah.
So I would share, like, yes, you're right on most of this, but there's the history books that say this.
Yeah, the farther back you go, the less concrete evidence there is, because most of it's locked up.
There's also the humans' truth and the elves' truth, and the actual truth is probably somewhere in the middle.
Yes.
You know, I'm not saying that us elves hold the absolute truth, and I'm not saying the humans hold the absolute truth. I think the actual real truth is somewhere along those lines. If we mix them together and take off the bias from one side and take off the bias from the other side, we can probably find what really happened.
Well, you could also just keep going to these rooms.
Should probably look around outside of this temple. What secrets we can uncover.
Yes, I think that's a good idea for now. Maybe there are still few answers hidden in some of the cracks.
I am anxious of going outside the temple. We did encounter a lot of resistance trying to come in. What if there are more out in the surrounding area?
I like to believe that there won't be many around here, at least not close enough that they would notice us. Since this seemed to be a fairly large group that was here, so I was assuming that this was one tribe that just kind of relocated here. So that a second tribe would be close by is very unlikely.
Might be good to know if there's demons as well.
Well, that obviously as well.
At least we know now we can be we can go out the door prepared.
Yes. I think if you just stay close to the ruins and don't go too far out, maybe just the perimeters, I think we should be safe.
We're gonna have to leave the building eventually.
We do have to go back into society at some point. As much as I feel at home here.
Right. Oh, which makes a good point. Alright, do you want to see how things are back in the city? You have the sending stone, right, for Jennifer?
Yes, I do. I hand it to you.
Oh. I guess I've never used a rock to do this before.
All the things that you can do, and a rock is throwing you off a little bit.
It's just, I just kind of chuckle. And I'm like, it's essentially a sending spell. You know how to do those.
Right. Do you have to attune the sending stones?
How are you doing?
Okay. Good. Jennifer, she was back in... Yeah. Sunir, right. The biggest city. She should be
The only
alive.
other place we've been.
Oh, you've been to Delasolis, so.
Well, nah.
I mean, technically speaking, Arya and I also saw Corvalli.
True. And
Technically speaking.
yeah. Azathia also came from somewhere else as well. So there's also that. It's just Eirik, you're the only one who was only in Zonania. Homestuck.
Give me 1 sec. Sorry.
Writing it out. I don't have that luxury, unfortunately.
Hey, good thing about sending stones is if no other creature has the other stone, we would know as soon as we try to send something.
Yep.
Do
Yep.
we plan to head back ever? I mean, probably eventually, right? It's a big. I'm sure we'll have something to do there eventually. And if Calyx is there, we might have to.
Don't say his name in a
Why would you
sacred
do
place
that?
like this.
I've tried to forget about him.
Well, I wanted to pick a nickname, but nobody was on board with that. Okay, I'll use the stone. Greetings. We found the beginnings of countering Calyx's magic. How are things there? Is Windsburn Coldsteel there? He transported Calyx. I hope your work goes well.
Okay.
Like Beetlejuice, for God's sake.
I wish
Swear to
Beetlejuice
God.
was in this world.
You get a response that says, he is here, as well as the Legion of Af, and they are doing weird things. City is in lockdown. No, the last was words. Calyx was kept here.
Red goes over my face. Okay. I look at my tower. Oh god, I don't have. It would take 10 minutes to get my study. That's fine. I look at the ground. How long would it take for me to like draw a basic map of the Sapphire's Plane? No, we have a map.
You have a map.
We have a map.
Yeah, we have a map.
Look, I'm a cartographer. I only make maps. I don't look at maps. Map. Do you have it, Ezra?
There you go.
Perfect.
Just sit there in the dirt drawing out a whole map.
Hey, it would be a really good map. Let me tell you.
I can just imagine Fiera started drawing. I just have Heuser like behind. No, no, a little bit more jagged on that side. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yep,
at a
no, you're
corner.
right.
Yep.
Yep.
Look,
Yep.
look over here.
I reached my hand out for the sending stone to put it back where it goes.
Oh, yeah, I give it back to you. Okay, so things are bad. So we haven't really told you much of what's happening at Sunir, right?
Yes, Suna.
Nah.
Yeah.
Sunir. Have you been in touch with I should know his name. I talked to him a lot. Who is the other professor? Professor
Telding.
Elding. Elder. I was thinking Elder. I was thinking last time. With Telding at all? About what's happening back at your home? I'd say to Vagina.
Oh my god. I thought you were talking to someone else. I was like, who are you talking to?
I'm kind of talking to the entire group
Okay,
as
okay.
I look at this map.
Yeah, say again, sorry.
Have you been in touch with Telding? Do you know what's going on at your home?
No. I only prepared spells for, well, archaeological purposes. So, I didn't put in the sending spell.
When was the last time you talked to him?
I think he contacted me. Oh, it must have been a couple of. Well, no. I think when he told me about you, which was I think almost a month ago.
Okay. Where can I begin? So there's a lot of things happening at the world right now. As I go to the map. So, I guess I can share with you all. Between Tellus and Canaan, there is a gate that prevents travel. And demons. There was an Earth Chrysalis that traveled to Sunanir that our group was investigating, as it was. There's so much going on. I kind of give it the rundown of the Pact and how Renapila was studying it, and Earth Chrysalis got lost, and a big chase happened. Just so she's up to speed. Now, I believe that Earth Chrysalis left the port, the Dark Port, or, well, yeah, Dark Port makes sense, to go to Tellus. Because there's a group called the Dark Resistance, and they're working with people in Azathia to do bad things, and there's a lot of trade going on with boats. So they got it to Tellus. They brought it to the gate. They used the Earth Chrysalis on the gate to destroy it. And an army of cloaked figures rushed into Kana. Now, they've been battling, and seems there's been pushback both ways, but a lot of legions are headed there, so to get under control. But here in Azathia, there is something else happening. In Sunir, Legion of Oth is at... Well, not the gates. They've pretty much been trying to take over the city. Now, there's people from Colas there. Oh boy. I believe they were the Lion's Head, the Lion's Gate. Oh, what was his name?
Lion's Mane?
The Lion's Mane, right. God, the notes are gigantic. I think it says his name. Yeah, Wisburn Coldsteel. Okay, so when we went to the Underground Arena, have you ever been there? The games?
No, that's I've no interest.
So you've heard of it?
Yes.
I don't recommend ever going there.
Yeah, it was horrible. Anyways, we went there. So we found out a couple things. Calyx was there. He was introduced to the crowd and gave everybody the smark.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he was brought there by this Winsburn fellow from Colas. From research I've done kind of behind the scenes, he was put there on purpose, I believe, to spread his magic from the people of Colas. Now, he is still there. And so are the people from the Lion's Mane. And so is the Legion of Oth. I just talked to Cinnifer. She said strange things are happening, so I believe Calyx may be a tool used to attack the Lichenius from the Azathia point, as they've also been attacked from Tellus, and Colas and Azathia have been trying to put this pact together to get Chrysalises, and they need the Lichenius out of the way. So yeah, they are attacking the Lichenius from multiple points. Also, the king was murdered in Yeshimun. Let's just assume something's going to happen. Needless to say, a lot of bad things are happening. War is beginning on all countries, and Sunir is about to be bathed in blood. And I don't know if you all remember what Calyx mentioned when we first met him in the arena, but when certain conditions are met, he will rise, and a lot of death and blood will happen. And I believe that's happening very, very soon, if not already.
Can you just call him C or something instead of saying his full name? I feel like you say him enough, he's gonna show up again.
Emo Jesus. So EJ.
There you go, EJ.
Okay, interesting naming convention, yes.
Yep. And there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes as well. From what we've gathered, we've talked to this guy named Harold. I don't know, he seemed like a strange guy. But he believes there's a faction that has his hand in every government behind the scenes trying to create this war. And if they're using people like Calyx, if they're attacking a gate with an Earth Chrysalis, and infecting people with demon stuff.
Harold was a part of the Inquisition. He definitely had a lot of information, and I believe a lot of what he says.
Well, I cannot add much to this conversation. I'm just curious as to do you have any ideas why they wish to create this war other than getting rid of the Holy Legionnaires?
I only have a theory that is probably too wild to be considered for now.
Right, I mean, everything you said up until now sounds pretty wild.
Good point.
That's fear for you.
Put simply, my best guess is demons want to overtake the world, right? They're evolving. They grow. They learn. The biggest obstacle for them is the lichness. The divine magic of the angels. Of the angel. And if they can gain the intelligence and infect people, and then those people make decisions for them that create this war, then the Lichnius can't find everyone. I feel like they're trying to get the countries to do work for them so they can do what they've always wanted to do and just take over the plains. And they've learned to manipulate people rather than just kill them.
Oh, that is a pretty high. That is a crazy theory right there. I still haven't heard of any intelligent demon encounters before.
Well, I've seen it.
That is like probably the worst nightmare imaginable. An intelligent demon. Oh boy.
Yes. So I'm worried if we stay here too long. I don't know. I do want to, but there's so many things going on. And if Calyx gets unleashed in Sunanir, all the people there he can infect, that he can kill, that he can manipulate.
You already
With-
infected so many,
Right.
and that was nothing to him.
Exactly. What if he infects all the people of the Legion? All the people from Colas? I feel like we might need to hurry back and find a way to stop him before it's too late, if it's not already.
I'm not looking forward to facing him again, but I think you're right. We need to.
Well, let's learn about him first.
Yeah, I just want to point out once again how minuscule we are as a group of 4, 5
Thank you.
with Vashina. We are so small compared to what you are talking about.
Yes.
But every plan, similar to any structure or building, must have a weak point that it relies on to stand. So I don't think what the goal and purpose of whatever it is you are trying to do or accomplish is to stop an entire legion or something like that. I think what is more important now is I think we have to find this weak point that could potentially topple over this crazy conspiracy if it is indeed true. Which means might actually be smarter not to directly fight or interact with what is going on, but to more search and investigate what might potentially be able to stop all of this. And that might even be only a small thing. Not all things that seem big are big. Well, it's hard to see how this is not big, but if it's not,
Plus,
No, you're right.
Plus, I've seen how easy EJ can drop me due to my natural abilities. I'm kind of scared to see him again.
Right. Sheena makes a point. Our strengths are research, and I think we all have a decent heart on us. So let's find information that we can use as a weapon.
Knowledge is power.
And I think us being here isn't maybe not quite that wrong. I mean, what we found out here today could potentially be used in certain ways. We're talking about a conflict between people, and I think this conflict comes because there is not a clear understanding where we came from. I think Iserel's goal of trying to find out more about the court could maybe lend in the purposes of trying to prevent this crazy conspiracy. There is value in what has happened in the past before. The people before us failed, quite obviously. The Age of Darkness didn't happen because of his success. And it seems like history is starting to repeat itself.
So we're essentially rebuilding society at the same time that society is crumbling.
Not necessarily rebuilding it. It's if we maybe can find what happened during the Angelic War or what caused it, that is unknown. If we tell that the people say, here, this is what happened and this was the result of it, that might be able to convince them to not make the same mistake. So we are basically pointing out a flaw in our behavior rather than trying to rebuild something.
Yeah. Well, let's make sure we don't leave anything behind then.
Definitely not. I will continue my sketch. I have a lot to think about now. And he turns around, faces the mirror, and continues sketching.
Well, you all wanted to look outside?
Yeah.
Maybe
We
we
can do that.
stick together, at least when we're outside.
Yeah, Mr. Who didn't want to be quick to talk to.
Okay.
I'll
Sorry.
before we go out, I'll just reach into my herbalist pouch and get out a little bit of moon water that I keep on myself and just like go around the plant and just give a little bit of moon water to the plant.
Yeah.
Just and say in Draconic, Servalon is with you now. And just walk out.
Okay. So proceeds.
Oh, I'll do mage armor and alacrity.
Okay.
Just in case.
Zoop, zoop, zoop.
Yep. Boop boop.
Okay. Yeah.
There's
then-
just a group of demons sitting outside. Like, why are they taking so
It's
long?
like, oh my god.
Right.
It's like, finally, Jesus. Yeah. You can go out, and I presume all of you are just kind of looking around. You can, depending on what you wish to do, can either make a perception or an investigation check. I will leave that up to you.
Can I like ritually cast detect magic and just look around for anything that gives off a glow?
Yeah, sure, definitely. Listen, 18.
I'll actually I'll actually cast speak with animals with my fey touched ability.
Okay.
And before we go too deep, I'll just find a random either bird or little critter, something that is existing around the temple.
Yeah, definitely. There are a lot of birds flying around here, and it's easy enough to kind of find a small robin. Kind of just flies towards a stone near to you. Kind of looks at you curiously.
And I'll just I'll look at the little bird and I'll say, those snake kinds, were they the only ones around here?
Kind of looks at you weirdly and says, see, buddy. Okay, and kind of chirps to you, but you then understand it as it gets translated and says, no, 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 no.
Thank you, little friend.
Yes, 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 yes. And kind of hops onto your shoulder and then kind of just gives you like a little peek to the cheek and then flies away.
All right, just be careful. The little robin says that the snake people were not the only ones around here, so I'm not saying we'll get in trouble, but let's just be careful what we do.
With that, I will put my cloak hood up and I will try to kind of go out a little bit farther from the group and just start kind of walking like in a perimeter around them to try to see, like, make sure nothing is hiding or that can startle them or jump out at them or whatever.
Yeah, then you can make a stealth check, since I'm presuming you're being a bit sneaky, and can also make a perception
Yes.
check. As you do
So because I put my cloak up, it says I have advantage.
you have advantage.
So, and there's an A next to it. Do I just like will it automatically roll or do I have to like select it to roll with advantage?
I guess we will see. Just roll stealth, and we will see.
Oh, it pops up. It says select roll mode. That's kind of cool.
Convenient.
Yeah.
Look at D&D Beyond being so convenient.
Nice.
Oh, I'm glad I had advantage.
I mean, 17 or 27 is both pretty good. Yeah, and can also make a perception check since you're keeping an eye out. But, you see, you all go together as a group of 4 out, and then you all look at each other, and then Arya is just gone. Disappeared and merged with the shadows. But some of you have still the mind link. Making a 19. Okay, so as you're all going out as a group, once again, there's like this little land bit that connects to the rest of the land, while water surrounds the entire structure, if you remember, that you have to cross to kind of get to the point where you are. And, probably first instinct is, kind of look on the outside of the edges, since you kind of dashed inside to kind of get to the UNT, so you didn't really look at the surrounding structure. As you kind of, investigating Fiera and Arya, you are walking on the outside perimeters, looking at the structure. You can definitely see now, from outside, it really just looks like a big rocky cave, or like a big structure. But with the knowledge of knowing that this probably was once a tree, you can definitely see some of the aspects of where the big portions of bark is. And as you are in the outside now, you also smell, the fresh wind air, and the air itself is also a bit damp since you're so close to a water source. But going around 1/4, you then see what seems to be like almost like natural formed, built, or maybe even carved staircase that seems to be leading up the sides of the ruins itself. And very noticeable to you, Fiera, as you're kind of just looking at the entire structure, and you also see it, Arya, as you kind of get to the side.
Looks like a nice place to go next. Guess I'll mind link and send a message cantrip to Eric. Probably go this way.
You hear back in your head on your 6.
Look around, I just have no idea where you're at.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so then you just kind of walk up this natural staircase that, kind of goes alongside the outside of this structure. I always want to say building, but it's not a building. Walking up, it is quite tall. Like, it's, about 100 to 120 feet tall. And you knew that from being inside. The ceiling was extremely tall too. And, kind of walking up slowly but surely, you then get to the one. You can feel the wind this high up is definitely stronger than below. Air is fresher, and you can see that a lot of nests of birds, old ones and new ones, have been kind of built around the outside of here. A lot of moss has grown, very vibrant colors. It's like very bright yellows and even saturated oranges and greens that have kind of just placed themselves around you as you kind of going up these steps. You can also see, coming from the top itself, almost like grabbing over the edge of the top of this structure, there are like a lot of vines and roots, kind of indicating that there's a lot of plant life that has been growing atop. Now, as you do get to the top itself, you notice kind of a slight shimmer, almost like a slight glow of light. And as you kind of step up and get to the very top, you can just see what seems to be almost like a garden of sorts with these extremely tall sunflowers, and a lot of them. These sunflowers are between 2 and 3 meters, which is around 6 and 8 foot tall. the heads of each of these sunflowers is very distinctively looking towards where the sun is and looking at them closely, and it's very noticeable is that each one of them has a very innate, inner, but very dim, yellow, warm glow coming from them. These sunflowers are glowing a bit, but also on the ground itself, you can see a grass field, but splattered around are a lot of the violet virtue lilies that you have found outside of the shrine itself. So it has this very stark contrast between this very bright saturated yellow and bright saturated purple, kind of contrasting each other from low and top. But looking past the flowers itself, you can see the roots that have grown on top of here that are kind of hanging over, that you've seen while walking up. You can see a hole in the roof itself, which, you know, is the hole that you've seen while you were inside of the building. And behind that hole, there seems to be a old, broken, and used water basin that several birds are currently using as a bird bath.
Well, this is quite peaceful. Do you have any idea why they would build stairs up here? Anyone?
Looks like for the purpose of the flowers.
Do I recognize... Sorry. Do I recognize anything around the shrine? Well, around this part of the shrine that would indicate anything sort of similar to the shrine that I found?
Yeah, you can make either a history or nature, or actually even religion check, one of those three.
I'll go with nature, because it's my best. And it's bad.
It is. Yeah, it's. Well, looking at it at face value, it just looks like a garden. So the purpose of this is probably to maybe grow
It's a garden.
and cultivate these flowers.
Funny enough, is I was going to ask you if I can tell if there's anything special about the purple flowers.
You can investigate them if you wish to. So 12. Kind of going down and looking at them. To you, they just seem like a plant. A very vibrant, violet-looking plant. And you have seen them, you know, before as you first stepped into the compounds of this ruin, but doesn't seem to be anything else special about them.
I'm gonna pick it, and I'm gonna... Israel, for your hair.
I'll take it. And take the flower that I had taken from Servalon's shrine and say, I have two now.
No.
Put it back in my pouch.
You
You
should
know,
make a. You should make a
flower.
yeah.
Or flower crown.
Yeah.
I did read
One
a
day.
cautionary
One day.
tale once upon a time. A fellow went to a village. He wanted to impress like the men in charge, so he got a flower. But when he gave the flower to the man in charge, the flower was poisonous.
Are you just telling me I poisoned my best friend?
I'm telling you to be careful, because if you try to do something nice, sometimes you kill people.
Are the flowers the same ones that we've seen, like, leading up to the ruins?
Yeah, same ones.
Yeah. Okay, so I definitely know that they're just the flowers that are attached to the evergreen, and I'm like, yeah.
There's
Okay, just checking.
somehow this cautionary tale resonates with your bones.
Oh,
In some place deep beneath the sea, 4 corpses turn around.
Yeah, we hope they're corpses and not something else.
Not freaking demons. I hope
God.
Namira's not trudging down the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, there were others down there, but okay, so we found a garden. Is there? Is it?
I'll go over and check the water basin.
Yeah, you're gonna...
Be careful next to those big flowers.
Okay, make an investigation check. So just check out this water basin. Jesus Christ, 21. Yeah, you kind of, go past the flowers, and as you kind of go past them, you feel they're emanating warmth. Like, it's quite warm as you kind of step by them, and it's a bit chilly up here, so it's actually quite comforting. So as you kind of go them, you can definitely feel some heat. And as you're kind of walking past through them, you can recognize kind of the seeds that they have inside of their body are very similar to a pouch of seeds that you found inside of the wounds itself.
Oh,
So you kind of put one and one together. It seems like, oh, these are probably the flowers and those seeds. But kind of walk to the water basin itself, and yeah, it seems to be a old, very corroded water basin. The entire structure is like very rough and crumbled. Doesn't seem to be too much intriguing until you see a glimmer that is next to the water basin, which is a piece of armor. And as you kind of go down, or well, probably just look at it, you can immediately recognize a very distinctive symbol, and which you have seen before in other pieces that you have found here. But this is a piece of armor of a Holy Lichness Crusader. And next to it, you can also see a skull. And then, kind of, as you kind of takes this in and notices, you look around for a bit, and then you can see that on top of here are very many human remains. But mingled in, you can see pieces of gauntlets, greaves, and other pieces of armor, but also some very delicate robes that are kind of hiding and mixed in with the flowers, which are completely tattered and broken for the most part, but like little fizzles of those robes still remain here. Seems to like a lot of people died here.
Yeah. There's a lot of dead bodies, guys.
wonderful.
And I'm not totally sold that the flowers aren't the reason for the dead bodies.
Didn't you do identify on the flower seeds for me?
I think that was Vashina.
Okay.
No, that was Azrael.
Well, either way, if they're from these, they're the same from the seeds. I know that, the seeds can make people blind.
Okay.
I don't know what the full flowers can do, but, you know.
Actually,
According to my notes, let's see if I noted correctly. It flashes out and blinds people. If we plant it, we get sunflower plant. The core can absorb a lot of heat. Can be used as a defense. Old and magical flower. So it might be a defense mechanism.
Interesting.
To actually protect this place.
Oh.
Is there any seeds on the ground? We should probably collect them.
Could I estimate like about how old the bodies are? Well, the remnants or whatever.
Yeah, you can make also an investigation check.
I'm gonna
Would that-
start detect magic again. Well, or like
Would
the
that
ritual.
be investigation or medicine?
Oh, actually, yeah, I would allow medicine. That
Okay.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you do your take magic. Actually, I would say you
Oh.
keep your
It might still be going.
yeah. Yeah, these sunflowers are all magical. It's definitely glowing. They're glowing with a decent bit of evocation.
Huh.
As well, you look at these bodies. Hard to judge from bones alone. That's always a bit difficult. But looking at these clothes as well, definitely not as old as the structure itself. You would estimate maybe like between 300 and 400 years ago. So between 300 and 400 years old these bodies must have been. As you're kind of looking at them and pick one up, you can see several human skulls, but you only find human skulls next to the armor. And you only find sort of these very sharp elven skulls next to where the robes are. So you can definitely find two distinctive parties here.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of similar bodies down in one of the rooms downstairs.
So I'm guessing whatever battle happened here was about 300 to 400 years ago.
And actually, you can make a
And-
religion check as well, since you're kind of looking at this stuff closely, and that might actually. Dang, 20.
Oh.
Finally having good rolls.
Yeah, looking at the site and stuff like that, you didn't at first glance didn't recognize like the purpose of this, but now you are fairly certain that this is a very spiritual place that you're here. There's a reason why these specific plants are growing here. Like a common thing inside of druidic practices is that if you die, like your spirit then forms into a flower, for example. And so you're maybe believing that this might, unintentionally became a cemetery for the people that have died here, and their souls transferred into the sunflowers. And probably this open space was either built or kept this way because you could do spiritual attunement to nature or to commune with nature in general, basically.
So is my memory right that the day the angels cried was about 300 to 400 years ago? And that's probably when this tree could have been attacked?
Could be.
Gotcha.
Would you guys be mad at me if I tried to talk to the flowers?
Oh boy. Please do.
Why would we ever be mad at you if you try to speak with the flowers?
Because it's weird.
Again, like I said about the stone tripping Fiera up, this is not the weirdest thing that we've come across and that we're dealing with. You've already spoken to plants and animals. You become an just go talk to the plant.
Is there anything specific you would like to know about this place that I could ask the plants?
Are they... I don't know.
That's up to you.
Because here's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if I'm wondering if they are the people from the mural. And if maybe we could figure out what happened in this first part of the mural that's missing.
Oh,
You really think they'd be able to tell us?
I think that's
I don't
pretty
know.
unlikely.
I don't know.
So I believe this tree is much older than when these people died. And the plants, if they harbor the soul of the ones killed, that's insane.
I mean, humans.
I guess we have a ring, so I'm not too surprised, but
Humans don't live very long lives compared to elves. So it would not be surprising if the elven people were the ones from the mural, or at least their descendants, maybe.
give it a shot.
All right, I'll go towards where there's more like robes and find some flowers where I would guess would be more closer to what would have been elvens before, and cast another speak with plants.
Okay. Make a wisdom check with advantage.
Wait, what did I roll? I rolled a 4 and a 2. That is terrible.
Do I see her struggle with connecting with the flower?
I do think so. I think she's like kind of preoccupied with the skull itself, and you can see her kind of just zone out a bit and not focusing for a while. She just becomes weirdly still for a...
Okay, if I see her kind of zone out, like she's more daydreaming than doing magic, I'm just gonna kind of get my pocket watch and use chronal shift and kind of give her like a boost. So you can reroll, just one roll though. I'm kind of just trying to. Oh no, she doesn't have alacrity. I'm just giving her like a magic boost.
Okay.
Overclocking your mind.
One more time. Just as bad.
Ooh,
Yes.
The
your
druid
rolls today are rough.
I don't know what's happening. I'm either terrible or overcompensating.
One of the other, whichever it is. It seems like maybe it's because of the innate magic that exists within those flowers, that they are just have a greater barrier that don't allow you to communicate with them, but they don't seem to be responding the same way you usually do. And maybe it might be that you're doing either a ritual wrong or something like that, since this is a very sacred place, and that you just did something wrong.
I can't do it, guys. I can't connect with them. I'm sorry.
Oh, you tried.
You did your best. That's all that matters.
Oh God, do I pick through the dead people? I don't really want to. Hey, Iric.
That sounded wrong.
Yes.
So you spotted these corpses. Do you mind going through them with me? I just want to make sure if there's anything left behind that we take it with us, so we kind of know where they come from.
It's a very ominous request, but yeah, okay, I guess.
they may have personal belongings or symbols or anything. And I just want to have me and Eric go through them with my detect magic on to see if anything pings or if I can find like a. God, I had one like a ring that says where you come from that has like the symbol of your symbol, or I don't know, maybe a lichness symbol. I'm looking for anything.
Yep, can definitely do that. Can both make investigation checks, kind of swabbing through there. And 16. Looking through, obviously, Eric, you already identified one of the armor pieces being of a Holy Legion's Crusader, kind of putting it out to Fiero. You also recognize it. And maybe you're trying to look for more specific signs. Maybe there even is a sign of which legions they belong to. Kind of looking through, you know, also picking up some of the cloak tethers that are lying around. And Dr. Fiera, you do find on one bony hand there is a wing on it. Very rusted old metal wing, but you can just barely see that the number 12 is on it, and that's the only thing you can kind of see on it. While Eric, kind of looking through the clothes, you can see that most of them have a similar symbol imprinted on them, which are 3 circles, and the top one is a smaller circle, and a tree is blocking the middle one. The roots seem to be attaching on the lower circle, and the crown of the tree seems to be touching the top circle, which I know I described very poorly. However, I did actually illustrate it, and is a bit more complex in design, so that is the symbol that most of them are wearing, that are on pieces of the cloth. And as you both are going through kind of these dead bodies, and I guess Arya and Israel kind of just watching you.
I would probably be behind and like kind of separating. That's Lichnius, that's for Fakord, that's Lichnius, that's Fakord, and making 2 piles with whatever.
Yep. And as you do that, Arya,
Yeah. I'm just not paying as much attention to what they're doing, more like kind of making sure that, like, looking out.
Yeah.
Making sure that nothing, like, trying to see if anybody's watching us or anything like that.
Yeah, make a perception check.
I will take the ring if I can off the
Yeah, you can.
skeleton, I assume.
Definitely, yeah. 26. Yeah, you're looking around while they are busy, and one thing you notice is immediately there are a lot less animals around here. Probably because, you know, 4 humans, or well, 2 elves and 2 humans appeared here, kind of disturbed their local space. The birds that were kind of bathing in the bathhouse have already flown away. But it almost seems like the wind has picked up a bit, and it's getting a bit colder. And it might actually just be the shift of the weather and kind of your instincts. You've been, you know, out for a voss, so it's unlikely that a high storm is coming, but also not super unlikely. So you're kind of also bracing for that, looking up in the sky, and as you're kind of looking up in the sky, you can see it's started to get a bit more cloudy, so probably it will rain maybe in like 2 hours or so. And as you're kind of looking down, you can see that the sunflowers, you know, somewhat the heads start to move slowly as they're, you know, trying to locate where the sun is. So you can see they're all starting to kind of look down as they all start to slowly darken, their light dimming a bit, maybe because of the fact that the sun has disappeared, you would assume. But as they're kind of continuously dimming even more and more, and the heat slowly stops to come out of them, you realize that they are very slowly decaying and turning black and falling down.
God.
As it then suddenly starts to rain, But as you kind of look at the rain itself around you, you notice that it's not your normal rain. It is not.
Is it
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
You can see that it's blood red. And then stepping out of the field of where the sunflowers are kind of decaying in its path, you see the form of calyx. And that is where we're gonna end today's session.
We Beetlejuiced it.
Maybe, maybe not.
Yes!
You willed it to happen.
It's just an illusion.
Do you not remember what happens when he's around me?
I know you guys talk to him and ask for favors.
And you melt my brain?
Oh, jeez.
Oh my gosh.
He's back.
You big boy.
I did not want him to be back.
Especially in this place.
Yeah, the holiest of holy tree places.
Yep.
Oh boy. Yeah, I figured. Yep. Interesting.
Yeah, always gotta end on a downer as usual.
Oh god. Azrael, your dad hasn't sent me a message back.
Yep.
It's not good.
Yeah, what is going on?
Here.
EJ's back.
EJ's back.
Yeah, first session after a month. How does it feel?
Oh
Depressing.
my god.
We live,
wanna-
and now it's like, are we gonna live?
And
I am so glad I decided to talk to that damn flower.
Oh my god. That was like the most important thing that happened in the session was you talking to a flower.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
Oh yeah.
wow.
Oh yeah, and then I was just trying to remember what the name of my mentor was, and I was like, oh, let me look at my background, and I'm like, crucial information, like double lined in yellow, like big letters, like don't forget this, and I completely forgot it.
There you go.
yeah,
That is ring.
happens to the best of us. Question remains: what would you have discovered if you were able to talk to those sunflowers?
That's the thing.
Especially if they had like even just part of the soul of the dead, you know? Just even like
Yeah.
a smidgen.
Could they have warned us about the other asshole coming up?
well, my
Probably not.
perception check, was high enough to at least see him before he just appeared.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the question's always, is what we're seeing real or fake?
Especially with
Yeah.
him.
You know?
Given the fact that there's like immediate like environment changes, that's terrifying to me. Whereas all the other times that we've seen him, except for like the pit,
Yeah.
he's just been there. Nothing has like happened.
My question is why though? Like I feel like he accomplished his goal in Souvenir of just marking everyone and then waiting for an event to happen so he can come out. We're not there, you know?
Do you think for a second that this is the kind of guy who's just going to be like, yeah, I'm done?
No.
Well, done with us. He has like hundreds of people back in Souvenir that he can torment.
We're probably his favorites.
Probably. Well, see, my guess is whenever he connects someone with the blood mark, he kind of feeds off their soul. So because we got magic, we have abilities, you have psionics. We're probably like a juicy treat for him.
I will
Ew.
say,
Oh my god.
I do confidently believe that if you discover what he's about, You will be very surprised.
We'll see.
Come on.
We'll see.
Oh my god.
We'll see. He could be a good guy.
No, I feel like he's the
Ugh.
big bad.
Nah,
He's
he's
our-
not a good guy.
He's our big bad, I
Um,
feel like.
You don't know.
Yeah,
'cause-
that's the thing. I don't think he is the big bad.
No.
He became our big bad.
Something
For
is
now.
making him a big bad. That something
Maybe.
is the bigger bad.
The bigger bad.
Maybe, but I don't know. He hasn't mentioned anything above him. I think he's trying to become. I don't know. We still know so little about him. Like,
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, I do think like once you discover it will be like an eye-opening scene where it will be like whoa. Yeah, I'm pretty confident.
We'll see. We'll see. We know where the answers
Oh
are.
my god.
Yeah, in a good way, of course. In a good way for me.
I'm curious.
Yeah, Cadix, my boy. My boy. My boy. Yeah, we definitely went a bit longer here. I was like kind of gauging whether or not going an hour over. Like, was it too long for you guys? Should I not go like 5
Nah.
hours?
Nah. That was perfect.
Yeah.
It was the
Any
good
longer, I'd be
welcome-
asleep. But
It was a nice welcome back to the group.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah, I can
can
do 5.
I can always sleep in the car tomorrow. I have like 4.5 hours of driving to do.
Okay. Wow, then, at least for our viewers, happy to be back. And we'll catch you, holy shit, next week. So, here from us, we're gonna say bye.